Music to the noise, yeah, the mess we make. Machine Paul Kelly get caught in the fake. Facts and logic with a twist of chest. Strip it down to truth, yeah, forget the rest. Humor pulls the lies right out of the park. Look beyond the shadows that set the dark. Sparks of laughter fire up the night, bringing clarity where they blur the fight. Cut through the chaos, yeah, the tangled lies. Team Fun Kelly with a set of clear eyes. Truths and jokes gonna rock this show. Step into light where the real facts glow.
Hello, and welcome to another discouraging day in the development of our country. I hope you're doing better than, well, most people. Just watching the news this morning and how we just seem to be getting closer and closer to Germany pre-World War II, and how it seems like there are just a significant percent of people in this country that don't care if we get there and or actually want us to get there. I'm trying to decide which is worse, the ignorance or the just the cheering for evil. One of the things I want to touch base on, there seems to be some confusion. I don't have anything like a slideshow or a dashboard or anything created for this, but I would want to talk a little bit about the SAVE Act and or the Mega Act. I think there's kind of like the Mega Act is the new version of the SAVE Act or something. And seems to be some confusion in what all of that entails. There is in the Constitution, it says that the states have the rights to hang on, let me get this wording right. Just want to make sure I get the exact wording right so that come on, why are you going with me? Okay, so Article 1, Section 4 says that the states decide the times, places, and manner of holding elections for senators and representatives shall be prescribed in each state by the legislature thereof, but the Congress may at any time by law make or alter such regulations, except as to the places of choosing senators, which when it was written, the representatives chose the senators. So this means the states primarily set the rules for when, where, and how congressional elections are conducted, e.g. voting, for example, voting methods, registration, polling places. But Congress can override or add to those rules, except it can't dictate where the senators are chosen from. But there's something about this. There's this with all of this voting laws stuff, there's been this question about, well, can the Congress tell the legislature or tell the states how to determine who is a citizen? I want to be clear about some things. Nobody at all thinks that non-citizens should be allowed to vote in federal elections. And nobody at all is arguing that citizens should be allowed to vote. Non-citizens should be allowed to vote in federal elections. And really, if you're being honest about it, non-citizens aren't routinely voting in federal elections. It is really just not happening. It's maybe at most 120 times in the last 50 years where it's happened at any kind of election, local or federal. It's extremely rare, and certainly not a systemic problem that we need to be panicked about. There was a recent court ruling. I should have had this prepared, but I got distracted by getting prepared in other places. There is Arizona versus a tribe, I think. No, not that one. Trying to tell Grok what I'm looking for here. I can't find it. I found it anyway. There's basically the state determines eligibility. That's the gist of it. And the Congress can't overrule the state determining eligibility. And the reason I bring up Arizona specifically is because the state can only it turned out the state could only prevent people that didn't have proof of citizenship in state elections. The state could not determine that you couldn't vote in federal elections. So you have people in Arizona, they'll have special ballots of people that were only able to vote in federal elections that could not vote in state elections. The Constitution does not require that you prove your citizenship, whatever that means, you know. And the reason there are issues with this is, depending on how you formulate it, there are anywhere between 3 million and 30 million people that, you know, right now would not easily be able to get access to their citizenship papers. Now, about 30 million overall are people that just don't have easy access to their birth certificate or their passport, or they're women that have been recently married and just haven't changed over their documents yet. Yesterday, I want to correct myself on something. I said that Real ID is sufficient proof. It is not sufficient proof to register to vote. It is not sufficient proof that you're a citizen to register to vote. You need to have your passport or your birth certificate or your naturalization certificate when you register to vote, according to the SAVE Act. And, you know, previously there were things like you could sign a signature swearing under penalty of law that you were a citizen. And so why is this important? Some people are like, well, what's wrong with it? And part of what's wrong with that is that there are 3 million people. This is where I say 3 to 30 million. You look at the, you know, people that, you know, could jump through hurdles and get the papers. But there are about 3 million people there is no way. You know, they weren't born in a hospital and they never got a birth certificate, or the hospital that they were born in, it burned down to the ground and they have no original birth certificate there. It wasn't on file. There are some people that just legitimately are born here, are actual citizens, and just have no way to prove their citizenship based on the documentation that this SAVE Act or the MEGA Act would require. So you're disenfranchising 3 million Americans, not 3 million illegal aliens, not 3 million non-citizens, 3 million American citizens in order to correct a non-existent problem. Okay. Now you would say, well, what's wrong with that? And here's what's wrong with that. The people that do not have birth certificates, do not have access to the kind of certification they want. Roughly, it's hard, there's no official factual, basis, but if you look at the people that don't, they tend to be women. They tend to be people of color. They tend to be poor people. They tend to be younger people or older people. Younger people are like college students that their birth certificate is in their parents' safe and they're off somewhere else to college. Older people are especially the ones that are more inclined to not have birth certificates. Like an elderly Black woman in Georgia, for instance, that might not have a birth certificate at all to show, but she's been voting longer than most of the people that are passing these laws have been alive. And she's no less qualified. She's no less an American citizen. And so this is why there's issues with it. I know that everybody, all the MAGAs, they like to, come up with these arguments about, well, just because nobody's getting caught, it doesn't mean it doesn't happen. Which is like, just because there's no footprints in the pizza doesn't mean there's not elephants running around in my refrigerator. Like, at a certain point, you actually need to prove there is a problem before you disenfranchise 3 million American citizens over a non-existent problem. And so what happens is you get even just those 3 million people, and they tend to be more Democrat than Republican. And so if you prevent all 3 million of those people from voting, then you move the needle in favor of the Republicans. This is not addressing a problem. This is not an attempt to solve a problem. It's not even an attempt to create a problem. It's an attempt to change the outcome of the elections. It is an attempt to choose the voters because the voters don't want to choose you. So that's what I have to say about that. I have a short video on it, on why the MAGA Act is unconstitutional. You can watch it if you want. The law that I can't think of the name of is cited in there. So we're going to make laws around an extremely small. I agree. It's absolutely moronic, and that's what they want to do. But this is, without this, they when you've got razor thin elections like happened in 2016 or 2024, and this can tip the election in their favor, and may have been. Why? Because some of the states that he won by these razor thin margins are actually states that he may not have won if they didn't have these kind of same exact laws. By the way, if you go, the Heritage Foundation has a database of every single person that has been charged with or convicted of voter fraud in the last, since 1982. So 44 years now. There are about a dozen or so, I can't remember, it might be 38 non-citizens that voted, and 12 of those are illegal aliens. They were not here legally. Some non-citizens voted illegally, but they were here illegally. And one of the penalties for doing that is getting deported, which is one of the reasons that you don't have people do it. There's a lot more disincentive to, not try to vote and get away with it than there are to try to vote. Like, you're not going to gain much by voting illegally, but you literally have everything to lose: your entire livelihood, potentially your family, like everything, your freedom. So the risk reward on this is extreme, which is one of the reasons it's not really a problem. This notion that Democrats are importing illegal aliens so they can vote and win the elections it's just a bunch of stupid. It's like one stupid on top of another stupid. You are 100% right. Thank you. Wow, what is this? Did somebody hijack my channel? I've got like people agreeing with me. I think this is what happens when you get a good moderator. Although she's not able to be here today. Voting is too important to make it an easy. Well, it doesn't need to be an easy. Actually, I disagree with you. I think that, Ronnie, I think we respect each other. I think voting is too important to make it people jump through hoops for it. I think that anybody that is a legal citizen should be able to vote, and they shouldn't have to do gymnastics to be able to do it. There are all kinds of things that are inherently wrong with voter ID laws. And it's not that there aren't people, like for most people that are already registered, it's not going to affect most people. You have to look at the people it is going to affect. And the people it is going to affect are inherently minorities, women, people of color, people that are poor. So like, let's say you just lost your birth certificate some 25 years ago. All right. And so they're doing these voter purges connected to this. Right. And so the voter purges, they'll do things like they'll purge a name because they gotta, this was what happened in 2020 or in the 2000 elections, way back with Bush versus Gore. And what the state of Florida did, where Bush's brother was in charge of the elections, by the way, they had they had a voter purge too short before the election to really have any kind of effective appeals process. And so then they would purge, they purge felons. And then they would purge, they'd see the name Benjamin Johnson. This is a Benjamin L. Johnson, that Benjamin Leroy Johnson was convicted of a felony. And so Benjamin Leroy Johnson can't vote anymore. So we're going to purge Benjamin Leroy Johnson from the polls. But then other Benjamin L. Johnsons also end up getting purged because they have the same name and, sometimes like roughly the same birth date and age. But if I say Benjamin Leroy Johnson, the image that comes into your head is probably going to be a black person, not a white person. Now, if I were to say, that his name was Fester von Lester or something, you're going to think of a white guy. And so when they purged Benjamin L. Johnson, there was a disproportion. It was like 70% of the people that got purged wrongly from the polls were black. And sometimes they do these voter purges, and the people that get purged shouldn't have been purged. So then Benjamin Johnson could go and show his ID and say, no, that's not me. And then they would say, okay, and they would check it off. But now Benjamin Johnson has to go and he has to reapply. He has to have a birth certificate. What if he doesn't have his birth certificate? He had his birth certificate then, he doesn't have it now. So now he's got to take time off of work. What if he doesn't have that time to take off of work? You make some people have to jump through holes to get to vote. That's a poll tax. That's illegal. So all of this kind of stuff is not just illegal, it is targeted to affect people of color and poor people and people that tend to vote Democrat more. Not so much because it's racist, honestly. It's just so they can keep power. They don't care if black people vote for Republicans. They're just looking at the odds. 60% of the people that are going to be disenfranchised are Democrats. So for every million people they disenfranchise, they gain like 200,000 votes, or however that works. It's like Nazi Germany in the Second War. Yes, it's getting close to that. It's not there yet. But, you know, it's like I was telling somebody the other day, like how much, you know, they're like, oh, he's not like Hitler, you know, gassing the Jews. I'm like, well, how much like Hitler are you comfortable with being? Like, if we're only 40% like Hitler, you're fine with that? That's a big refrigerator. Yeah, I got the elephant-sized refrigerator just so it could hold both my pizza and the elephants. Rodney voting is too important to place. Yes, exactly. I agree with that. You drink the Kool-Aid. This is a blatant attempt to consolidate power behind MAGA. Hey, Zach, you have you're a returning customer, aren't you? I think I didn't see you for a couple of days, so good to see you back. It isn't as hard to get identification. When is the last time you had to get identification, Rodney? Where do you live? Like, I'll tell you how hard it is in like a place like Chicago. This is a true story. I had a friend, little Chinese, like American Chinese girl. She's like maybe 5'3", a $105, soaking wet, just a tiny little thing. She went to she was going to school at University of Chicago, and I don't know if you know anything about Chicago. University of Chicago is in this weird sort of area where the surrounding area is like a high crime neighborhood, but University of Chicago is actually pretty safe. University of Chicago has its own private police force that also patrols the local streets and stuff to keep them safe. Anyway, sometimes people wander off past the perimeter of the local police. And she did that, and she got mugged by a couple of guys. And she's really smart, and she's actually a very kind person too. And she's like, look, you can have my credit cards, you can have my cash, you can have everything. I won't report you to the police. I can just, you know, report the credit card stolen, everything else, don't worry about it. The money, the cash, you can just keep it. Just let me keep my driver's license. And so she was sitting there arguing with muggers to just let her keep her driver's license. And her now they're married. Her husband now is like 6'5", good 280. I mean, he's a big dude. And he found out about that, and he was pissed off. He's like, you can't talk to people like that when I'm not around. And anyway, she ended up reporting them to the police, and they got busted, and she came in to identify them, and she said, I told you, you should have let me keep my driver's license. But that's nobody, like, people will risk their lives to not have to go sit in DMV for a day to renew their, or to replace their driver's license. Yeah, I don't know why you think that's funny. What's the funny part? Can't Trump just call and ask governors to find votes if he needs them? Yeah, apparently not. That plan didn't go so well. Is it free? Is it available at all times of day? That's a poll tax and illegal. Want voter ID? Provide it to all Americans free of charge. And, you know, like the ID itself can be free of charge, and there still can be a poll tax attached to it. Because what's not free? Your birth certificate. What, you know, and the time and the energy it takes to get your birth certificate. If you know, like I was born in Louisiana, I need to get a new birth certificate, but I need to order it online. And I can't just drive down to, you know, the appropriate government bureau and get it. That's going to cost me like $50. So that's like a $50 poll tax. The MAGA cult is really about apartheid, taking away the rights of others. It is nothing but pure racism and hate. I would say just amend that with one thing. A lot of the people that are going to be disenfranchised by this are women who have gotten married. So it's not just about taking away the rights of people of color. It's also about misogyny. Like, then let's not forget the misogyny. The misogyny is really important too. First, you have to register. Then you have to see the poll workers that are local, and and if they don't know you, they may ask for your ID anyway. Illegals are not voting. It's just not happening. It's not happening, and it's not going to happen because there's no incentive for undocumented migrants to vote. Because, like, think about this all the way through. I know that MAGAs really struggle with the concept of thinking. But if you think about it, in order for when an undocumented migrant votes, they have to have an address that, proves that they live, and they have to prove they live at that address. When anybody votes, you have to prove that you live there, right? So you're going to go and illegally vote and show them the address that you live at while you're committing this felony that has almost no reward for you at all. And you're not just saying that you're committing it, you're telling them where you live to make it easier for them to come pick you up. So it's like there's no logic to the idea of undocumented migrants voting. And if you go and you look at people that have, non-citizens voting, the very little bit of history there's no evidence that, it's partisan. There's no partisan advantage either way. So this idea that all these undocumented people are coming and voting for Democrats is something entirely made up by right-wing nut jobs in order to justify taking away the right to vote, and to disenfranchise millions and millions of Americans. It's also about disenfranchised. Thank you, Zach. That's right. 100%. If they lost their birth certificate 20 years ago, why do they need to get one, though? Maybe they didn't even realize that they lost it. This is not the point, Rodney. The point is not why somebody has to go through the trouble of getting it. It's not about how much trouble somebody has to get it. When is the last time you needed your birth certificate, Rodney? And what if they don't have one? What if it got burned down in a hospital? What if they never had one? It doesn't, the Constitution doesn't say you have to have a birth certificate to vote. The Constitution says you have to be a citizen to vote. Yeah, Ronnie, cool story. Want to address the points above or just the ones you can hand wave? I don't know what silliness I'm talking about. These things are real, Rodney. We know. Obama says, too bad, so sad. Zach says, Bama, we know you maggots don't care about the Constitution, but thanks for admitting it. All right, so do I want to answer what questioner? You think, oh, this is this famous straw man argument. No, I don't think they're too poor. Is that a sufficient answer for you? I don't think they're too, no. But what I do think is that demanding poor people have to jump hurdles that wealthy people don't have to jump through is unconstitutional. Do you think that they should be vilified for being poor? Do you think that they should be disenfranchised for being too poor? This is not a theoretical discussion about who, can or can't get IDs or who can or can't get birth certificates. It's an objective discussion about people who don't have birth certificates. And the poor people are more likely to not have birth certificates than wealthy people. That's an objective fact. That's not an opinion. That's not an opinion about poor people. That's just a fact about who doesn't have birth certificates. Do you understand the difference? Yeah, because the name on your birth certificate has to match the name on your driver's license. So if you haven't updated or your passport or whatever, so if you haven't updated everything, they can say, no, this is not you, which is just stupid. Why? You should be able to at least bring in your birth certificate and your marriage license. Well, I don't know who's not that smart. I'm pretty darn smart, though, I have to admit. James, due to institutional racism, the statistics show that the majority of the people this law will impact are black. It's not a monolith. Stop pearl clutching. And he's not even really genuinely pearl clutching. Again, like I think he typed his second comment before I answered his first. But yeah, it's not about whether or not black people can't get birth certificates. The question is not about black people or white people or poor people or rich people. The question is about there is a subset of people that don't have their birth certificates and don't have easy access to their passports, or maybe never had passports. There are some people that don't have access to the documents that the MEGA Act or the SAVE Act would require. And the people that don't have those documents are demographically more likely to be black, more likely to be poor, more likely to be women. Those are facts. I have an idea. Get a file box and keep your social security card, birth certificate, and any other. Okay, great. What about people that never had it? This is not about you trying to decide while other people should file their little documents. This is a question about people who have the documents. What about the people who don't even have the documents to file? All right. Your life is worth more than a day. Well, you've never been to Chicago DMV, have you? You have no idea what it's. Oh, it's like hell. It's like hell. That's where Satan's hell is Chicago DMV. Anybody here from Chicago? If you've ever been to Chicago DMV, you totally understand. Get a job and quit complaining, he said from his house. Complaining. It's not free to get a birth certificate. Do some research, people. So is she, to be honest. She's one of my best friends in the world, by the way. Just an amazing person. What about Captain Diaper Pants blowing farts? This is like the third day in a row somebody talked about that. Yes. Well, and I don't think he was blowing farts. I think he was making Hershey bubbles. He was definitely pooping his pants. You can see the person behind him, like her nose wrinkles all up. All the criminals are in the White House. The crime rate in the White House is the highest crime rate in the world. That doesn't matter. Illegals voting is just the optics that they need to federal. Yeah, they shouldn't federalize the elections. They can't federalize the elections, and nobody and undocumented immigrants voting is not an issue. All right, Bama have a job registered to vote, but still think it's wrong. Still know it's legal. I know. Yeah, it seems to be MAGAs start turning to personal attacks when they lose their arguments. Yes, they are in California. No, they aren't, buddy. Do your research, buddy. They don't, buddy. Okay, now I live here. I don't care, buddy. I see the lines at clinics and other places, buddy. No, you don't. You're a liar. Okay. And that has nothing to do with voting in elections either. You and it made up anecdotal evidence from a troll face bot They are trying, it's like I'm so tired of believing you have to believe every single, or, like people address, like if you can't just call somebody a liar on the internet. Well, how do you know? Well, because I live in reality. That's how I know. You're sitting there, making these personal attestments of things that don't happen. I watched the sun turn into a marshmallow today. No, you didn't. How do you know? They are trying everything to rig this. They are trying to rig this because they are going to lose this. They know for a fact that 2026 they're losing the House, and a good chance they're losing the Senate, which seemed impossible 2 years ago. Why, if they want such requirements? Because if they invoke them right before the election, which I think is what you're getting at, then they can do it too close to the election. They do it before the election so that it takes effect before the election, but so that it can't be overturned before the election. All right, so yeah, because the law is not in effect yet. Where do you live? Oh, well, I guess I'm gonna assume Bama. Can you register to a vote? Okay. Let me check this out. I want to see what you have to do. Alabama offers electronic voter registration through the official system managed by Secretary of State. This allows eligible residents to submit a voter application or update existing registration. You must have a valid Alabama's driver's license or non-driver ID to complete the process. You have to prove you're an eligible citizen or a U.S. citizen. I don't know how they do that. It says eligibility basics. I wonder, I don't know how do you have to prove you're a citizen? This is interesting. Worth doing some research on this. No, in Alabama, you do not have to provide documentary proof of U.S. citizenship. Well, that's funny. I thought all the blue states were doing this. When you register online by mail in person, you must affirm under penalty of perjury that you are a U.S. citizen. That's the same laws in California. Exact same thing. That is done by checking a box or signing a statement on the application form. Falsely claiming citizenship is a federal crime. Since it's a federal crime, same thing as in California. The official Alabama voter registration form and Secretary of State's website list U.S. citizenship as a requirement, but they rely on your sworn attestation, not physical documents. So that's pretty fascinating. Alabama passed a law in 2011 that would require proof of citizenship for voter registration. However, as of February 2026, this law has not been implemented and is not in effect. Official sources, including Alabama Secretary of State's 2026 voter guide registration instruction and eligibility page, do not. So how many states do you have to provide proof of citizenship? I think that's pretty fascinating. That liberal, deep blue state of Alabama. I'm glad you mentioned this, Mr. Bama. There are only 3 states where proof of citizenship is currently required: Arizona, New Hampshire, and Wyoming. So these deep blue states like Alabama, Georgia, Louisiana, Kentucky, Texas, You don't have to prove you're a citizen. You don't have to provide the citizenship. Why is it that where you're only worried about the blue states? How come illegals are only voting in blue states? That's really fascinating, isn't it? $100%. Isn't that interesting? I had never even thought to look that up. So there's voter ID laws, right, where you have to show your ID. But there's only 3 states. Wyoming, what were they again? Oh, North Dakota doesn't even have a voter registration system. You only need to attest under penalty of perjury that you are a U.S. citizen. No documents required at all. Huh. Well, ain't that fascinating? I lived in North Dakota. My brother went to school at the he got his bachelor's degree from the University of North Dakota. And I'll tell you a story about how conservative North Dakota is. There was one year, this was maybe 1990. Yeah, 1990. They had 2 proposals that were contradictory. They were basically opposite sides of the same issue. But in North Dakota, propositions, North Dakota is just like, nope, 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 nope. That's how much North Dakota wants change. No wins every single proposition. So people have got wind of this, and so they will try to word every single proposition so that if you want change, you have to say no. So they had these 2 different propositions, which were opposite sides of the same issue, right? So to be logically consistent, you would have to vote no on one and yes on the other. And North Dakota is so conservative that no won both of those measures. Like, that's how conservative North Dakota is. North Dakota is like laughably conservative. It's just like knee-jerk conservative. So anyway, North Dakota doesn't even have a requirement to register to vote at all. Just go up, say, yep, I'm a citizen, and that's it. That's all you have to do. No proof of citizenship at all. Not even when you vote or when you register, because you can't even register. You just go and vote. Anyway, isn't that interesting? I think we need to have more conversation about what some of these red state voting laws are. We're always talking about the blue state voting laws. What about the red state voting laws? And it's not like, I think, in fairness to like voter ID laws, there's actually, if you look at the fallout from voter ID laws, it doesn't have the kind of impact on disenfranchising people as you might think. And it actually, believe it or not, has resulted in more people voting, because you got so many people that are all freaking out about people getting disenfranchised that it ended up helping the voter registration turnout. So anyway, you tend to see voter participation go up after voter ID laws are passed. All right, so okay. They are trying to rig everything to this before the 2030 census. Okay. Somebody asked me. I was over 40 before I learned I had a birth certificate. I had a certificate of birth, not a birth certificate. Oh, I didn't even know there was a difference, or that there was such a thing. I never needed one until I applied for a passport. Wow. What do you think about the Iran situation? I think that, okay, I have not really sat down and formed a cohesive thought on this. To be honest, I think, first of all, I stand with the protesters in Iran. I'm not one to endorse any kind of religious totalitarianism. I don't think that we should be trying to provoke a war with Iran any more than we should be trying to provoke a war with anybody else. I think that for a long time we've made this mistake, not just in Iran, but in other countries, where we think that what like trade restrictions and embargoes and things like that that end up punishing the people end up you know being good for them. I think we need to find a way to force change without making the people of Iran suffer more. The one person that's not suffering is the supreme leader or whatever. The last thing I think about Iran is if Donald Trump ever overthrows it, he's going to name himself supreme leader, and then he will name himself supreme leader of the world. I think he loves, I think if anything, he just loves the idea of hearing the name Supreme Leader Trump and, feed his narcissism. I don't think he much cares anything about Iran. I don't know if he blocked you, but I don't think he did, because he wouldn't be talking to you if he had. Bama, you should not be able to. You should not be able to withhold without your BC. We're already having an issue on ID. All right, gotta. So somebody is coming here to. We'll get to the ICE agents in a minute. Yeah, gotta protect the agents, the ones that are not in any danger at all. The ones that are jumping out of their guns and pointing them at people and pulling the trigger are the ones that we need to protect. With a little effort, no, some people it's not a little effort. Some people it's a lot of effort. And the point is that if anybody has, like, if you make things that are harder for some people than others, then it's straight away, it's uneven. It's like, well, with a little effort, you could have studied for the poll tax and passed it, or you could have studied for the citizenship exam and passed it. That's what they said in Jim Crow. That's very Jim Crow argument of you. A married woman will have to go to the elections office with their birth certificate and marriage license to register to vote. That means every married woman have to do this. Well, every married woman that hadn't already done it. It's like a one-time thing, but still. My wife had that double complicated because she changed her first name too. There's also the issue about official birth certificates. I believe a presidential candidate once split hairs about that. That's true. You do realize you need these. Yeah, that's not according to the MEGA Act is not accepting substitutes. And you don't need these things to get any children health care. Like, saying a bunch of untrue things that are irrelevant doesn't really change anything. Yeah, that is something. I thought that the Real ID would be sufficient, and I was surprised it wasn't, because I thought that was that's the thing that's supposed to let you fly around the country and whatnot. There are some states that have a proof of ID thing on your card I think Texas is one of them, where you can get it on your ID so that you can travel over the border. I don't know if those two things are mutually exclusive, to be honest. Most states used to require you show ID to vote. That is no, that's just not a true statement. I saw a leaked executive order talking about how he's going to seize all the voting machines in November 2026, and it's going to be military action. He's really, there is a lot of reason to believe that this is what he's setting up for. You can send them to machinepunkelly@gmail.com. Yeah. So yeah, I've got, okay. I live in California, and really close family member of mine is getting medical for free, and that person, yeah, that's fine. There's nothing that has nothing at all to do with voting or anything. You know, I don't know why you feel like this is relevant to bring up. In California, can choose to spend California's tax dollars how California chooses to spend them. They're not spending federal tax dollars to do that. And great to with an ID to vote when the government can provide them at no cost. And I think we're conflating two conversations here. One is the MEGA Act, which is requiring that you have to have certain documents to register to vote. And the other is talking about an ID that you have to show when you actually vote. Those are two different conversations. You can be registered to vote and not have a voter ID that allows you to vote, or you can have a voter ID and then have your registration just removed, you know, purged or whatever wrongly. And then you have to go and re-register. And if you had, like I moved here 15 years ago, I had my birth certificate, and my wife lost it. I'm not going to blame her, even though it's all her fault. But now I have to order a new birth certificate in case I get purged. Yeah, as we've been through, there are a number of states that don't require that, where registration does not require that. All of those states, including, like I said, there's only 3 states where you have to like prove citizenship to vote. Only 3. 47 of them you don't. Okay, so stop acting like this is some sort of, you know, like California thing. It's just dumb. It's not just a California thing. It's not just a blue state thing. It's in Texas, you don't have to show your, you know, proof of citizenship to register. In Alabama, you don't have to show your proof of citizenship to register. You can register to vote through your local DMV online. They provide the link to your state government. It takes 2 minutes, about 6 weeks to get your voter ID card. Roughly about 2 points, yeah, lack any form of government issued photo identification. Why would 99% of the US? Why is it catering? Why do you feel like it's catering? Like nobody's asking you to give up your ID. Like 2.6 million don't have it. That's not about them. You know, like you having to cater to them. They're still, if they're you American adults, right? So you're admitting these are American citizens that don't have IDs. The Constitution does not say you have to have an ID to vote. It says you have to be a citizen to vote. There is no constitutional requirement to get a voter ID. I love North Dakota. You been there? I was in Grand Forks for about 5 years. I loved a lot about it, but I hated the weather. I mean, it got so cold there. Your eyeballs, were you there during the winter when your eyeballs freeze? Thornton guy looked up first voter ID law 1950. By 1977, only 5 states had laws. Any more lives? And again, we're talking about voter IDs versus presenting proof of citizenship to vote. These are 2 separate conversations. You can even change your party every 6 weeks through the DMV. So a lot of, like in Texas, we don't vote by party. We don't register by party. You just register, but you can only vote in one primary. Like if you vote, you can't vote in both primaries. Trustway, only MAGAs think they can break the laws of decorum and hold their opponents to that standard. All right, so by the way, hi Brett. So we'll have to walk through a gauntlet device to enter the building. And if you, oh yes, a legal button. Oh, hey. Thank you. I appreciate that. Got a good ghost story? I do not actually have a good ghost story. I wish I did. Trump has done a lot to help the Democrats nobody has done more than Trump to get Democrats elected. All right, so I'm going to do this now. I'm going to go to the topic of the day, and I'm going to try to go through this. If I finish through this, I've been doing some more work on how Donald Trump is trampling on our elections. And so I've got the Second and the Eighth Amendments on that. I never finished going through it. He is just massacring the Constitution so badly that it's going to take about 10 hours just to go through the actual ways he's doing it. And by the time I'm done with that, he'll probably have 2 more hours added on to it. What are you afraid? You might read a sign? All right. No matter who you voted for. All right. So let's is this? No, that's there. That's the one I'm looking for. All right. So let me take a look at this. So the topic is doxing ICE agents versus ICE impersonators, comparing real world harm. Like the whole argument, the whole discussion around ICE agents wearing masks is that they need to wear masks because they're getting doxxed, and there is so much doxing going on that it's a real danger for them to walk around without masks. The problem is there are also people that then it makes it easy when you've got just a bunch of armed thugs driving about in civilian cars, jumping out in civilian clothes, wearing masks, screaming that they're ICE, and like gear that anybody could get at any army surplus store, and just, grab people and throw them in a car. They're not identifying themselves. They're not showing badges. They're not showing their faces. All of that stuff is easy enough for just any band of thugs to do. And are there people that are actually doing that? And are there people that are actually doxing ICE? And which is happening more? Like, are more people pretending to be ICE and creating real world crime victims? Or are there more ICE agents being doxed? So I got to wondering that. And so I started diving into it and looking for what the actual numbers are. And this is the result. So, all right, let's overview of the comparison. 2 related but distinct threats in immigration enforcement context: doxing, public exposure of ICE agents' personal information; impersonation, civilians posing as ICE to commit crimes. Key question: which has caused more verifiable physical harm to people? Which has actually been more damaging? Because that should be important, right? Shouldn't that be a thing that matters? Focus: actual documented injuries, assaults, robberies, sexual violence, not just threats. All right. What's happened? What is doxing? What does doxing mean? Because I think that gets That's a term that Pam Bondi likes to use, but it's one she does not use accurately. Saying ICE agents are coming to your neighborhood is not doxing. That's constitutionally protected free speech. But publicly posting agents' names, addresses, photos, or family info online, that is doxing. And the goal is usually to harass, imitate, or incite others to do the same. 25, 26 examples, large-scale leaks, e.g. ICE lists, site claiming 4,500 names, social media posts and live streams revealing home addresses. Allegedly, these are what they are saying. Documented actual outcomes of doxing ICE agents. There was a, these are the actual cases, the totality of actual cases. A woman followed an agent home, live streamed, shouted the address, federal indictment, and then she was indicted for conspiracy and disclosure. Okay, so a woman followed an agent home, live streaming it and on social media. That's an actual case of doxing. Man doxed ICE attorney and urged a swatting arrest. So somebody swatted an ICE attorney, not an ICE agent, but an ICE attorney. Nobody has ever been injured, assaulted, shot, no property damage, nothing. There is no documented evidence that any ICE agent, their property, their family, or anything has been affected by a doxing. There is just hyperbolic claims about doxing from Pam Bondi, but there is no evidence that anybody has been doxed or been harmed by doxing. The other side of this is ICE impersonation. And what that includes is civilians claiming to be officers, fake badges, vests, labeled ICE, verbal claims, everything that's so easy to duplicate, especially when you've got ICE agents that are supposedly, legitimate ICE agents wearing, gear. I think there was somebody that he was like a prison guard or something, and he had some kind of gear on that showed he was a prison guard. So all you need is just something semi-official looking and a fake badge, and you can just run around claiming your ICE. And so this exploits fear of deportation, immigration enforcement. It targets vulnerable communities, often immigrants, and FBI. They have seen a rise in these kind of crimes linked to high-profile ICE operations. So right now, like in Minnesota, it'd be easy to get away with going and cutting off a car, having a bunch of people jump out and point guns at somebody, and then rob them or assault them or rape them. A CNN review found that there were at least 24 incidents like this in 2025, more than the 4 previous administrations combined. The crimes include robberies, at gunpoint, using zip ties, stealing ATM cards, sexual assaults. They've attempted rapes, kidnappings, false imprisonments, assaults during fake traffic stops or home entries. Examples: the Philadelphia shop robbery, Brooklyn attempted rape, North Carolina sexual assault. So these are real things that are happening versus things that really aren't happening. The ICE agents, they're mess this up a little bit. Target, this should be target and ICE agents are flipped around. The target is either ICE agents or civilians. Oh, I see what's going on. So our target, ICE agents versus civilians. Physical injuries, no physical injuries by any ICE agents as a result of doxing. There have been multiple physical injuries by civilians as a result of assaults and sexual violence based on fake ICE agents. Robberies and theft, none on ICE agents. Yes, multiple on these fake ICE agents. sexual assaults, none on real ICE agents. Yes, many by fake ICE agents. Prosecutions, people have been prosecuted for actual doxing of ICE agents. All one of them, or all two of them. And people have been prosecuted for the crimes of pretending to be an ICE agent. But the bottom line is that ICE operations, as they are being carried out, makes it easy. I'm not saying ICE agents are responsible for these fake ICE agent crimes. I'm saying they make it easy for them to carry them out. ICE operations often use plain clothes, masks, unmarked vehicles, all easy just to mimic. FBI urged agents, even the FBI urged agents to clearly identify themselves to reduce confusion. The result is criminals are exploiting fear of real enforcement to target vulnerable people. But while doxing threats are real, they have not escalated to physical attacks in documented cases. I would also argue that I think that you probably would have less concern about doxing if they were more honest about who they are. I've never heard of FBI agents worrying about being doxed. Why are ICE agents the only federal officers that have ever had a concern about being doxed? Maybe it's because they're the only ones that are jumping out of, like, you see just random stops where they jump out of their car all in masks pointing guns at somebody. It doesn't even have a gun. There was a thing yesterday, like, just why? Why is that necessary? Why don't you act like federal officers instead of thugs? Then maybe you don't have to worry about being doxxed. Have you considered that the real threat is you? ICE impersonators have caused documented violence, sexual assaults, robberies against Americans. These are actual real victims, not fake made up victims by Pam Bondi. They also have greater tangible damage, injuries, trauma by the imposters. And I'm not blaming the ICE for the imposters. I'm blaming Pam Bondi for the imposters. I'm blaming Pam Bondi for making this policy that makes it so easy for this whole new kind of crime wave to happen. She's supposed to be preventing crime, not causing it. So CNN did a review of these impersonation incidents in 2025. There's FBI has reported on it. Even Kash Patel's FBI is talking about it. Think about that. And there's these DSA statements that are just hyperbolic nonsense about threats to agents, where it's like what they call a threat and all of this kind of stuff. They say, like, if you tweet that ICE is coming to your neighborhood, then somehow that's a threat. No, it's not. It's just constitutionally protected speech. So the live stream case and the San Diego swatting case, both of those, there are indictments. And I'm not defending what those people did. I don't think you should be following federal agents home and live streaming their address to everybody. I don't think you should. But it's not a dichotomy here. It's not like either that's wrong or jumping out of your car pointing your guns at people is wrong. It's not like one or the other. So, all right, that is that. Whoops. All right, so there we go. So let me go through some of the comments on this. All right. Tressway isn't even a human. Tressway must be a bot. Brett's got a pretty good eye for bots. MAGA doesn't even make sense. I don't use the term maggot because I think that any dehumanizing language is bad. And I don't care if it's the right using it or the left using it. I don't dehumanize people. Bots, on the other hand, are not people. You dummy, that's why local police need to work. No. Nothing that you said is relevant or true. First of all, local police do not need to work hand in hand with ICE. And secondly, they don't have one thing to do with the other. The ICE can carry out its mission without the police. Its mission is not to jump out of cars and point guns at people that are following them, that are exercising their constitutional right. I would say that ICE should be trying to work hand in hand with police, not that police should be trying to work hand in hand with Border Patrol. And I know that you won't understand the difference and you will never try, but there is a big difference. They would sell out human species based on a political party for a crack, or to crack a joke on YouTube. You're trash. How is it doxing? We know who the police are, and theoretically they can hold them accountable. We don't know anything about ICE agents and their names. Doxing is the least that can be done right now. Yeah. I think, just like in the one actual instance of doxing where they're filming an ICE agent's actual house, like I think it's fair to call that doxing. But I would also like to point out that that is not a thing that masking prevented anyway, and that they're being prosecuted anyway in California. No, the amount of incidents should be relevant. Like that it's only one actual recorded case. And they talk about, when you talk about statistics, it's easy to make numbers look different than they are. So they say there's like it's up 3,000%. But then there's a couple of things they do. Is one, they look at number of arrests, not number of convictions. Number two, they ignore the increased amount of ICE activity and instigation by ICE when they talk about these things. Like some of the stuff they're talking about is actually things that were instigated by ICE. So they're talking about all these violent attacks on ICE, but mostly what it is like I think it's, if you look at the hard numbers, it's like 57 or something actual assault cases against ICE officers. And then the third thing they do is how they define assault. Like videotaping, they will call videotaping an ICE officer assault. So by redefining assault, using small numbers and representing small numbers as percentages. So like if you go from triple 50, if you go from like 10 to 57, whatever it is, like 8 to 50, 3,000%. It's not like the overall number is not actually increased that much, but if you talk about it in percentages, it sounds a lot worse than it is. If you talk about like 2,000, 3,000 ICE agents in Minnesota for a month, that's like, just in Minnesota, that's only one every 2 days. And then when you talk about assaulting being things like filming, or literally there was one like girl that was like 100 pounds that was like just walking to work and got run over by an ICE agent, like physically, like not by a car, but He ran into her and then he arrested her for assault. She didn't even know what was going on. Next thing she knows, she's spending 3 days in detention because he said she assaulted him. And then the case just gets, oh, sorry, we didn't mean to do that. But she's still counted in that assault, group. There's all kinds of people that are charged with or that are arrested for assaulting ICE officers that never assaulted ICE officers. So when you look at the actual number of people who have been convicted of assaulting an ICE officer this year was like 1. So their whole 3,000% assaults are, the whole notion that there's 300,000 that assaults against ICE officers are up 3,000% is just a lie based on statistics and lies, like lies and statistics and lies based on statistics. That's easy for you to say, Kelly. All right. I'm a Democratic protesting Cambodian immigrant, and I wanted you to know that I am a furry and I love you. Okay. Are you in Minnesota? I don't know about the furry part, but I have some very close friends that are Cambodian immigrants. That from when I was in Minnesota. You guys, I mean, I assume that if you're a Cambodian immigrant, you were there during Pol Pot. That was some nasty, nasty things you guys had to go through. Why can't ICE have body cams with live stream open to the public at all times? I think that's one of the things the Democrats are fighting for. I'm dyeing my hair. Why? Are you talking to me? Okay. Although I would like to just point out, guess who dyes their hair and puts on face paint and wears costumes? I mean, I'm not going to say I think that's a pretty good description of Donald Trump. Although Kristi Noem's the one that more puts on costumes. She also dyes her hair and puts on face paint. That's what criminals do. They take advantage of situations and break the law. Okay. Why does that mean that we have to make it easier for them? Like, it's like so weird that you guys will just like go, anything that's illegal that works against you, like they deserve to die and be tormented and all hell. Like they cross the border illegal. That's illegal. Blah, 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 blah. And then it's like, oh, they're pretending to be ICE agents. Oh, well, that's what criminals do. Like, do you realize your logical inconsistency here or not? Thought you wanted to get the worst of the worst. It's almost like you just want to get the brownest of the brown. And there's a sliding scale that for every 24 that are known, there's probably another 1,000 that are unknown, just as with other agencies. No, I don't know exactly which video you're claiming because she clearly stated they were. I'm talking about the case where somebody was actually prosecuted for it. Oh, wow. Is this the one? Okay, so this is, I'm glad you brought this up, Brett. I live in Elgin, Texas. All right. I'm about, I guess, 15 miles away from Austin, on the Houston side of Austin. And let me see if I can pull this up, because I was so proud of Elgin. Here, you know what? Give me a second here. All right, so This is, I thought this was so awesome. Uh, Basically, they had a, a walkout and a protest at Elgin High School. Um, and the comment section is really interesting because you have some people that are all like, well, they could be learning something in school right now. And I'm just like, dude, anything they learn today in school can be learned on another day. What can't be learned right now in school is what they're learning by protesting. You have these people that really give me a different perspective on things. And I'm sorry, I might get emotional here. If you know me, I'm an emotional person. But a lot of these kids, it's going to hit different with them. It all hits different with them. A lot of these kids, they're not just they're protesting what's going on in general. A lot of these kids, they have classmates that are affected, classmates' parents who are affected. And not all of them necessarily are, like undocumented. You've got Donald Trump and ISIS throwing people that are legitimate seekers of asylum, people that came over here legally on TPS status who just have it yanked out from underneath them all of a sudden. And then especially when you're talking about the kids, it's like, when did they come over? If you're like 7 years old and your parents are crossing the border illegally, what are you going to do? Stamp your feet and say, no, mommy and daddy, this is wrong. I refuse to accept this. Like, what are you going to do? How do you engage with your parents on that? You just go and do what your parents did, right? Some of them may be legally born here and their parents came across legally. Some of them just may know people. Like they are not just theoretically protesting, they are personally standing up for their classmates. And I think it's too easy for MAGA to get stuck on what is legal and what is not legal. And I keep thinking of what I think is a massive difference in all this is what is kind. Do we want our children to grow up to be kind people? Like you can talk about being just all you want. But even as a Christian, God had these two conflicts, right? His righteousness and his love. And to reconcile his righteousness with his love, he sent his son to die for our sins so that his love could be fulfilled and his righteousness be satisfied. That's the general gist of the gospel. And I'm not trying to go all, theological on you here. I'm just talking as, a lot of these people that allege to be Christians seem to have missed this message. That love is more important than righteousness. That kindness is more important than being right. And if our laws are unkind, maybe we need to reevaluate what those laws are. Or what laws we consider important. If laws are destroying families, maybe there's something wrong with those laws. So anyway, I'm really proud of those kids. For standing up for something that's moral and right and kind. And then this guy that I think is the one Brett was talking about. This guy tried to put his hands on protesters. You know, some kids. This was not in Elgin. This was somewhere else where some kids were protesting. And this little dweeb came along and wanted to try and manhandle one of the kids, and the whole lot of them just ganged up on him and beat the crap out of him, and he deserved that. Don't put your hands on my kid, you know? If somebody puts their hands on kids and the kids beat the crap out of him, well, he deserved that. He earned that ass kicking. I'm not promoting violence. I'm promoting self-defense. Okay. Oh. I don't. Some people are saying I don't know what Kevin said. Why can't they ice? Okay. All right. I know it's so Brett saying a different person. And there's a sliding scale that okay, for every 2 dozen that are known, there's I see what you're talking about. For every victim of fake ice, there's probably more. Yeah, because it's like if you're not a legal citizen, what are you going to do? Report it to the police? Okay, so there we go. They have organized criminals targeting ICE. No, they don't. That's like just a made up thing. They don't have organized criminals targeting ICE. No, they don't. Why do you have to make up stuff? If you have to make up stuff to prove your argument, maybe you need to reevaluate your argument. This is just a ridiculously preposterous statement. They have organized criminals targeting ICE because it corresponds to the attack on the Mexican drug cartels that have had military pressure on them, keeping them in Mexico while ICE cleans the streets. This is like a completely made up, full on fiction. You do that a lot. I've seen you on here before. You just come and I don't know if like you're the creative genius behind these lies or if somebody else is, but this is not happening. None of this is anywhere remotely near the orbit of truth. If this were orbiting truth, it would have stopped orbiting truth and would be drifting off in space. The protect the children crowd when encountering a child. Okay, ICE points guns. Maybe if they're picking up someone who is dangerous. No, they aren't. I mean, I've seen the actual footage of it. They did this just yesterday. It was just a guy and a girl that were just following them. That's all they were doing, just following them on the road. And 6 of them jumped out with their rifles all pointed, and they get them out. And you need to stop making up stuff. If everybody that's a citizen on the streets of Minnesota is not a danger to ICE, ICE is a danger to everyone that is on the streets of Minnesota. Have you ever worked? You haven't ever worked in law enforcement, dude. I was an admiral in the Tennessee Navy, sir. No one tells me anything. I look up with my own eyes, and I've worked in law enforcement. I'm sorry, dude. Mall cop, special assistant to the undersecretary of mall cops, does not make you a cop. It doesn't make you law enforcement. And I have heard you say so many things about law enforcement that even I know are wrong, and I've never worked in law enforcement. So if I, having never worked in law enforcement, know that you're making crap up about being in law enforcement, then I know it's just complete BS. Because in Republican areas, the police pick up the criminals and ICE and Border Patrol can get. No, this is not at all accurate. Nothing you're saying is remotely true or indicative of the slightest understanding of anything at all. Okay, what happens is when people are released from prison, when you have somebody get convicted of a crime that's an illegal immigrant, when they are set to be released, the prison has to notify ICE. Then ICE is supposed to come and pick up that criminal. If they don't come pick up that criminal, the local police are supposed to release that criminal. That's all they can do. And there are right now, there are about 1.5 million of these people walking about the streets across the country. Only a few thousand of them are actually in the state of Minnesota. There are people that are, fit this description. I think it was about 3,000 in Minnesota, like one for every ICE agent. There are 1.5 million across the country. So why is ICE looking for them in Minnesota? There are tons more in Texas, in Arizona, and Florida. Now, I would say in California, but they've already been in California. All right. So this has nothing to do with where those people are. So why are they in Minnesota? To get the Somalis. Okay. Now, here's the thing. 93% of the Somali population in Minnesota are American citizens. They have picked up 23 Somalis since they've been there. As far as I know, it sounds like most of those 23, if not all of them, were here legally on TPS status until Donald Trump decided to take away their TPS status. So there's not one person that they have picked up in all of this that's supposed to be about getting to the Somali fraud and everything, has anything to do with Somali fraud, or that is even a Somali illegal immigrant. The thing is you guys can't even keep track of your own lies. So what happens is that you just start conflating all of these things together, and you turn it into, like the Minnesota police is sitting there actively resisting ICE from being able to pick up dangerous people. That is not at all what is happening. And I really suggest you read something neutral on it. I'm not saying you need to start watching MS Now. I'm saying you should probably just start doing something other than learn everything directly from Stephen Miller's mouth. Like challenge the institution. What areas of the country saw the most ICE deployment per capita? Let's start there. I think right now, the average, or the undocumented migrant, I hate using the word illegal, but if you want to say illegal aliens, you can say that. The population is like 1.5% of Minnesota. It's like 6 or 7% in Texas. It's 6 or 7% in Florida. 6 or 7% in Arizona. Why aren't we releasing 3,000 ICE agents into Texas? And you say, oh, well, it's because they're not Zach, but the other guy. They're not, Texas is cooperating with its local police. Okay, but Texas still has 6 or 7% with that. And the whole local police thing is like a whole different entire conversation that has to do with sanctuary cities. So what that means is, if we wanted to find things by what they are, a sanctuary city or a sanctuary state just means that the city is not handing over its police force or its state police to, cooperate with ICE. And that's because they have other things to do than run around shooting their own citizens. Dude, stop pretending you know what you're talking about. Remember when everybody was freaking out about not wearing masks during the pandemic? You know, remember when everybody was freaking out about mask mandates during the pandemic? This is such a dumb thing. Wearing masks during the pandemic wasn't to protect identities. Wearing masks during the pandemic was to protect people from spreading an infectious, potentially fatal disease. The ICE agents aren't masking so that they don't kill people. ICE agents are masking so that they can get away with killing people. How many times have you seen ICE in your neighborhood before now? I've never seen ICE in my neighborhood, but then again, I'm in Texas. And even here, dude just talks to his own echo chamber and then calls himself a genius of logic. Okay, but I'm reading your quotes. I'm reading your comments, right? I'm reading, so I'm not just talking to myself in my own echo chamber. So what you said is just my very reading your comment disproves your comment. It's only in blue states where these issues are going on because all the red states are working with ICE. Okay, but they can go, you know how many? They have never once, there is no record of Minnesota, the state of Minnesota, or the city of Minneapolis refusing to cooperate with turning over a criminal from ICE. There's only records of ICE not showing up to get them. Minnesota is completely 100% doing what you said. This is just a made up thing. This is just not true. It's not that what you're saying is a wrong opinion. What you are saying is factually incorrect. And it is a factually incorrect thing that has been bandied about by the liars in charge. So stop just saying what the liars say as though that they become true because they lied about it. I mean, ICE doesn't say nothing when the so-called protesters like to dress up like mythic characters. Well, you know, if protesters want to dress up like mythic characters, they're allowed to. Actually, some of the ones, remember when it was in Portland and they had like the inflatable frogs and stuff? I wanted to go. I was thinking, I wish I could go as an inflatable deer, an inflatable male deer, and I could be stagflation. Get it? Stagflation, because that's what Donald Trump is producing. All right, Kevin, are those areas higher or lower illegal aliens per capita? See things, how things data work. Yeah. When you start looking at percentages and whole numbers, Texas has more illegal immigrants, I think. Texas has either the most or the second most illegal immigrants in the country. Has the most illegal immigrants of any state that hasn't had the National Guard sicked on it. In Buda, Texas, I don't know what happened in Buda, Texas. Hang on, let me check this out. That's what I do every day. I Buda, Texas. I boot a whole state of Texas. All right, except for Elgin, where our high schoolers have a conscience. Okay, so is this something to do with one of those ongoing fallout? All right, let me share this. Okay, do share screen. All right, there we go. We're on Grok today. I'm trying a different AI, just in case people think my AI is too liberal. Ongoing fallout from fatal shootings in Minneapolis. ICE agents were involved. Okay. Oh, no. Okay. Yes, there was a notable incident in Buda, Texas. I like my joke. Buda, Texas. Boo, boo. That's what Oklahomans do at Longhorn games. On Monday, February 2nd, 2026, hundreds of students from Hayes Consolidated Independent School, including Moenjean Johnson High School in Buda, participated. Oh, so this is what happened in Elgin, too. The protest was peaceful at first, with students walking along RM 967 near Johnson High School to express opposition to ICE. It escalated into a oh, is this where they? Yeah, this is the one that I was talking about, where they beat the crap out of the guy that tried to put his hands on a student. So the Buda police determined Watts was the primary aggressor and arrested him. I love that. That just makes me so happy. Like, I saw these people commenting about, oh, these kids, these ruffians, these renegades, and it's like, yeah, well, the police that actually investigated it arrested him, not them. So, bah ha ha. Cheer to Texas. They ought to change their name to Cheer to Texas. You know, ICE has not existed forever. ICE existed only since 2001. And yeah, I'm sorry if I get emotional about people's lives being destroyed over a fat orange guy's racist diatribes and idiots like you deciding that it's worth dying for or killing for. Dude, I know what your YouTube show, but you're talking semantics. I don't know which semantics you're referring to. You seem to be, like, for the most part, sometimes you're a little annoying, but you're not stupid. So I don't know what you're talking about. Cogito ICE has not existed forever. Currently, they are operating under the Patriot Act. Yeah, and they're operating under the Patriot Act from 2001, and they have not been operating like this forever. They've never been operating like this. This whole notion that this is like Obama did it. No, Obama did not do this. Obama did not send 3,000 people into 3,000 ICE agents into Minneapolis, like hunting and down and shooting American citizens and dragging them out into the winter in their underwear and all that. No, Obama did not do that. Thank you, Zach, for pointing out this stupidity. They are not asking for live stream body cams. No, they're asking for body cams, though, which would at least be a start. I think live stream body cams for every one of them would be a little bit hard to do. Yes, but this guy wants law enforcement here to broadcast where they are. Well, if you're not doing anything wrong, what's wrong with that? See how that works? Okay, you guys have no idea how much smarter these criminals are than you clowns. Oh, yes, but according to you, who doesn't even seem to know, like, how basic things work in life. All right, so anyway, I think we're done with your comments. Okay, I think, all right, all right. I think it's time. I don't have my moderator here, so time to do a little self-moderating. Like you said, you're right on your feelings. Donald Trump and the government knows more than you know. No, Donald Trump doesn't know more than I know. Donald Trump doesn't know more than you don't. Donald Trump doesn't know more than the average potato knows. I think there are people in the government that know more than me, but Stephen Miller is not one of them. Nobody with decision-making power is in the government is running things right now. And people that do know more than me are the ones that are resigning. That's one of the reasons I know that we have problems. I didn't say I write on my feelings, by the way. I said that I'm an emotional guy. The media did report on Obama's deportation, but Obama did not deport people the way Trump is. Again, it's like people don't understand how easily they're being manipulated. You're being manipulated by that kind of thing. What Obama was doing is returning people right when they crossed the border. He was sending them back. What Trump is doing is sending out ICE agents and attacking American citizens in the middle of the street. What Trump is doing is you realize this, there are how many, so what Trump is doing is not just getting rid of illegal immigrants. Donald Trump is actually creating illegal immigrants. Let me explain what I mean by that. You have a lot of people that came over here under temporary protected status. So they came over here legally. They did not come break the law to come over here. The government gave them permission to come over here, and they were legally working here and legally living here. They weren't doing anything at all wrong. Do you follow me so far? So what happened then is that Donald Trump decided he was going to take away their TPS status, which I think it's, let's see if, no. How many total people? Oh, okay. Still looking. I think it's like over 1 million people that were here on TPS status. That, you can talk about whether they should have gotten over here, whether they should have been allowed or not, whether, Biden should have let them. That's all irrelevant because they came over here legally. Okay. So these include people from Venezuela, Afghanistan. There were 2 different designations from Venezuela: Afghanistan, Cameroon, Nepal, Haiti, Honduras, Nicaragua, Syria, South Sudan, Myanmar, also, what we used to know as Burma, Ethiopia, and Somalia. Total impact of this is 1.3 million people. So just by taking away their TPS status, Donald Trump created 1.3 million illegal immigrants, because once he took those status away, then they weren't here legally anymore. But that doesn't mean they did anything wrong. They didn't do anything at all. They were already over here when he took away their status. Now he wants to send ICE agents into Ohio to deport people that came here legally. I truly don't understand why some people have no problem with that kind of thing. This is not, going after people that broke the law. This is just using the law to break people. A majority of people know more than you. Okay. Well, I know what I know. You're getting to people when they resort to names and the usual bot type comments. They always think that Bottom is all powerful. Clearly a Democrat traitor. Yes. I don't know what baton is all powerful is supposed to mean, or how that makes me a Democrat traitor. Let the treason charge. Why exactly do I need to be charged with treason? That's all a very weird thing. Okay. All right. We're not even going to play with you. You were wrong. Obama went into the middle of the night and CNN followed and filmed it and took a sign with the lies. I remember that. Yes, very vividly. And they had their night cams on and the night goggles. Oh, no, wait. I don't think that actually happened. Obama was also sending ICE out. There's a fact. Not like that. Do you think, did Obama ever send 3,000 ICE agents to any city for 3 months, destroying the city, shutting down the entire city? No, he didn't. Stop with the false equivalence. There are literate people in this room. That means that we know how to read. Okay, he is also responding. He's not responding to any of my comments because it's truth. No, dude, I'm not. I don't even know what comments I'm not responding to. I get a lot of comments in here. You're wrong, Obama. No, I did. I just literally responded to one of your comments that wasn't true. The Fed, I know you're breaking it right now. Nick the Fed, I know you're breaking it right now. Okay. Temporary protected status means that you are protected temporarily. Yes. But that doesn't mean they did anything illegal. Right? Did they do anything illegal? No. So when you call them illegal, they were here, and then Trump said, oh, you're not here legally anymore. I end your temporary protected status. Usually there's like some sort of like window. He doesn't just say, oh, you're not here legally, and then go and start kidnapping children. Or asylum seekers. They literally had a 5-year-old asylum seeker and his dad in prison because, and I kid you not, because they made a mistake that became a national mistake. I mean, like, you can't sit there and just say they're all illegal when you have people legally trying to come here and then you're just shutting down that way. You can't have that both ways. You can't sit there and say they shouldn't have come here legally and then punish them for coming here legally. Like when they were on TPS, they came here legally. That's the point. I know it's hard to fit logic under a MAGA cap, but that is what the truth is. Guy with a computer thinks he's intellectual like a guy. What? See, this is what you do. You like use these weird sort of just kindergarten ad hominem attacks to avoid facts and reality. Okay. If I have a gun that I bought legally and the government bans it, can I still legally own it? Most of the time you can, actually. Most of the time, I as far as I know, like with the assault weapons ban in the 90s, they had these other bans that were already legally owned. They were grandfathered in. So yes, probably. I don't know if there's any case where the federal government banned a type of weapon that it was not grandfathered in. So yes, you can still legally own it. Yes, but what if you didn't come illegally? I know you're having a hard time figuring it out. And then what do you call coming here legally and breaking the law? If a 20-year-old parent and a 5-year-old child comes here, and 15 years later, that 5-year-old child is, 20, did that child come here illegally? Can a 5-year-old child, do they have a consciousness? Do they have an awareness? Do they have an ability to break the law? Did they break the law in coming here? What about somebody that came here, illegally? I think it's only like, let's say they came here illegally 40 years ago. They were 20 then, they're 60 now, they're grandparents, they have a business. They came here without getting the proper documents. But saying they came here illegally is a little different because there wasn't actually, it wasn't a crime. It wasn't even a misdemeanor until like the 90s. Did they come here illegally? So, you know, when you want to talk about these things, you can't just sit there and stamp your foot. What about the ones that came here seeking asylum? Asylum says that you can request asylum regardless of legal status. So if you come here legally in order to request asylum and then immediately request asylum, according to American law, you are not here legally, or you are not here illegally. It is 100% legal to seek asylum. And in order to seek asylum, the only real qualification is that you have to be here. So you ask these rhetorical questions as though they're these gotcha questions, but you don't know the answer. You've never thought about it enough to actually know the answer. Why ICE don't report how many US, this is what try and rephrase this to make it easier. Why doesn't ICE report how many US citizens are detained or deported? So if they fail to tell them, what makes you think they are reporting accurate numbers? I think this is a very, very, very good point. I think that we should have a law that ICE has to report how many American citizens it detains. It is shocking to me that we do not have that. And if anybody really thinks it's only 170, they are just not paying attention. That's just what Politico was able to come up with in a couple of days of research 6 months ago. Where was all this? Yeah, all right. Victor, we already answered that question. ICE needs to be masked because they are dealing with actual domestic terrorists. No, they aren't. As a matter of fact, I'm pretty sure that there's a very good chance that some of those masked ICE agents are domestic terrorists and insurrectionists. I'm willing to bet that more than a handful of them were protesters on January 6th. They ignored millions of homeless and struggling when the left millions and gave them everything. I have no idea what you are talking about. This is just made up right-wing nonsense. Yes, Obama deported 4 million people. Nobody denies that. And nobody's saying we shouldn't be deporting people that are here illegally. People are saying we shouldn't be deporting people that are here legally. People are saying that people that are here illegally still deserve due process. All I am saying, and I know this is really a struggle for MAGA, is that Donald Trump, ICE, and the Department of Justice should follow the laws. What's so hard about that? Should the Department of Justice follow the law? Yes or no? Should ICE follow the law? Yes or no? Illegal immigrants breaking the law does not justify ICE breaking the law. It doesn't justify Donald Trump breaking the law. You're either for the law or you're against the law. You can't sit there and just speciously and selectively decide when the law applies. Oh, law applies to my side, but not your side. Okay. So people keep saying, when does, okay, let me. So I'm asking Grok, when people have their TPS status removed, okay, how long do they have to leave typically? And this is just, I'll just share this answer with you on the screen. So you know I'm not making it up. I haven't even read it yet, so I'm learning this right along with you probably. Before the current Trump administration, pre-2025, including the first Trump term and prior administrations, there was no fixed standard grace period after a temporary protected status termination for individuals to leave the United States. The timeline varied significantly by country case and administration decisions. Federal law requires that a TPS termination cannot take effect earlier than 60 days after the Federal Registrar notice is published or after the prior extension, whichever is later. This 60-day period was the minimum buffer before the designation officially ended, during which TPS protections continued. Additional grace transition periods, DHS or previously INS often provided longer transition windows to allow orderly departure or pursuit of other status. They were discretionary and not required by law. Common ranges were 12 to 18 months in many cases. Examples: Haiti, 18-month grace period when it ended in 2019. When Trump was president and when he did that, nobody complained. El Salvador, 2018, 18-month transition period. Nicaragua, 2017, often 12 to 18 months. So even by the standard of his first term, you notice all of these are in his first term. He gave them time to leave. In some cases, prior to 2017, grace periods could be shorter, even closer to the 60-day minimum, or longer, depending. So they're using the 60-day minimum, and then they're sending ICE troops in to enforce that 60-day minimum. And it's like, this is, again, I go back to the whole, what is just like human? What is decent? What is right? What is the humane, kind thing to do? And like, how about it's the February, right? What's wrong with letting these kids at least finishing out the school year before you deport them? What's the massive harm that's going to come? Why does cruelty always have to be the point? This is not a throne. This is a very nice recliner chair. The president told everybody before he ended their temper, they had time to leave. Yeah, 60 days is not a lot of time, Spunky. Okay. Who should have become a citizen? I don't know. The law matters when it's not broken. Yeah, well, what if you're breaking the law? What if you're enforcing the law is actually breaking the law, though? I always say if you have to break the law to enforce the law, there is no law. So if a person raped a person, I don't have any idea how you even got that connection. No, what I am saying is if somebody was not conscious, was not even mature enough to understand that there was a law being broken by following mommy and daddy across the border, did they break the law? Like, does actually breaking the law require you have the mental maturity to understand what a law is? There are so many bots in the chat. I know. Usually I have Kitty, Resistance Kitty, here to help filter them out. But she also has a job and she has clients all day today. You never studied the law. Did you, Nick? I always love it when they say this, you never studied the law, or you've never been in law enforcement, as though they are like, JDs that have a lifetime in law enforcement. No, we understand it, dude. We understand that TPS does not mean permanent. What you don't understand is that there is a difference between coming over here legally under TPS status and coming over here illegally. They did not break the law in coming over here. Do you understand the difference or not? You can't sit there and say they came over here legally when they came over here on TPS status, because TPS is legal. During Kristi Noem's last deportation reported live, They have arrested and deported 170 American citizens by accident. Christie denied it on the stand. The representative pulled up Zoom calls. So I need to. Are you here? Still here, Brett? I hope you didn't. I think Brett might have gotten frustrated and left. 'Cause when the bots take over, it gets annoying. Obama's ICE wasn't killing people indiscriminately, and they actually had more than 47 days of training, which is just the whole 47 days of training thing. Just shows how unserious they are. That they do not make the training time fit the amount of time they need to be trained, but to fit this whole magical fascist number of 47 that, just because Donald Trump is the 47th president. I don't know what you're calling as a protest and complete lunacy. January 6th was lunacy. What a weird question. Oh, hey, thanks, Nick. I appreciate you're willing to give me some money, even though I never studied the law. I have studied, to be honest, I have actually studied what laws apply here. Like I actually have looked at immigration law and asylum law. I have had asylum lawyers on the show to talk about asylum law. I have talked to I've talked to immigration attorneys. I have talked to asylum officers. I have actually studied the law. I just haven't formally studied. I have studied these laws. I have not formally studied the law in a general sort of way, if that makes a difference. And I've also been smart enough to invite people and talk to people that know more than I do about the law. Yes, nobody's confused. Like, I'm saying that he revoked temporary status. I'm saying he revoked TPS. So you people seem to be confused here, that I am confused that TPS can be revoked. That is not the issue. The issue is that you can't say he revoked TPS, therefore they came here illegally. It's a space-time continuum thing. They came here under TPS. They came here legally. Then he revoked their legal status. That does not send a backwards ripple through time that makes them come here illegally. They have 60 days from when he made that. As a minimum, they have 60 days to leave after he said that. But many presidents, including Donald Trump in his first term, have significantly extended the amount of time which they could be here legally, because it's the human being thing to do. Why can't you just let the kids finish school? Why can't they just finish out the semester? What's it going to hurt if they're here 6 more weeks? Do you see the difference? What's so hard about following the law? Ask the people who murder citizens on the streets of America. Ask Donald Trump, for that matter. Two wrongs don't make a right, buddy. Like, somebody else breaking the law doesn't. It's not like, oh, well, they're here. Like, you guys feel like you can do anything you want that's illegal as long as you can say, "Thank you, Kitty. We definitely need you here. We have some bots going on. So if you can work your magic and your wonder thumbs, that would be swell." But all right, you guys. The sheriff is in town, so you best be on your best behavior.
Meow.
Meow is right. Row, row, row.
I would like to complain for a minute and vent. Can I vent?
Go, vent away, my friend.
Okay. There was a person on social media who claimed to be Antifa, who was running around encouraging violence, claiming to have weapons for violence, and was encouraging people to go commit violent acts at protests. Additionally, I know other organizers who've had interaction with him before, and he's been to other protests and tried to turn in or tried to create a violent situation, putting innocent, peaceful protesters in danger. Therefore, when he posted that he was going to go and violently storm a protest and commit violence, I turned him in. Because I don't care which side you're on, left or right. If you're going to go to a peaceful protest and encourage violence and participate in creating violence, that makes you no different than ICE. And any of you who are hypocrites about that can KMA and S my D. That's my noise for today. I don't care which side you're on. If you're going to harm people, you're bad. That's a bad situation and you need help. That's my comment of the day. Thank
I
you.
100% agree. And I think that
Am I wrong for doing that? Blue Sky is putting me on mass ban list. I've been doxxed. I've been death threatened today because I turned in a person who was very mentally ill, who was threatening violence. But just because they claim to be Antifa, I'm a snitch. Actually, I happen to know through a different organizer who's encountered them that he's paid by the right. And you know, the only people who are promoting his stuff is the right. There's no one on the left promoting his stuff. So that's my thing. All right.
That's right into what I was just talking about too.
Oh, thank you.
With TPS and people are like, because we were talking about TPS and then people are like, well, he can remove that anytime he wants. And I'm like, yes, he can, but just deliberately inflicting harm on other people is bad. Like they did not come here illegally. They had their legal status canceled. So like letting the kids finish out the school year, no tragedy is going to come from that. And it's like, why can't we just look at these things as just being kind, being decent human beings? And including whether that's going to a protest and not violently attacking ICE people. I agree. I mean, just because somebody is ICE doesn't mean we should be,
I mean, yeah.
In fact, being violent against ICE, both from a humanity standpoint, it's wrong from a humanity standpoint. It's also wrong from a strategic standpoint. Nobody would be happier. And this goes right along with what you're saying about being paid by ICE or by like the right-wing media promoting it. Nobody would be happier than if somebody attacked an ICE agent than Donald Trump. Because if somebody were to start attacking ICE agents, then he could do what he really, really wants to do, which is declare martial law. And there goes.
That's exactly it, which is why. Which is why that person got turned in. They were going to hurt somebody. They're going to hurt somebody.
They are. So anyway, we've had bot inundation. I think Brett might have gotten frustrated and left again. But be nice to Nick the Fed and Da Butcher because they gave me money. So Nick the Fed, I don't think agrees with me, but he doesn't think I studied the law, which I am not a lawyer, but he paid me $2, so he can tell me I didn't study the law. All right.
I'm supposed to be on Spaces on X in a few minutes, so sure how long I can stick around.
All right. Well, thanks for popping on. It's nice to see you.
Well, I'm here while we're here.
Okay. Wrong. Obstructing the law is breaking the law. Yeah, but what is obstructing the law? Again, this is one of those things you have to evaluate. What does breaking the law mean? Okay, now the law against obstructing says that you have to forcibly prevent. Okay, hang on. What is the word or the actual law stipulates it has to be forcible. Okay. Okay, so the exact wording, let me pop my screen up here. And I hope you're listening. I don't know if you're listening or whatever, but I think these are important things because I don't think that people should be able to obstruct the law. I don't. But I think we also need to be clear on what obstructing the law is, or obstruction is, versus what protesting is. There's a line. There's a very clear and easy line. And that line is forcibly. In general, whoever forcibly assaults, resists, opposes, impedes, intimidates, or interferes with any person designated in section 1114 of this while engaged in or account of the official duties, or forcibly insults, blah, blah, blah. Such person's terms of service shall. Now, and then, so the key word here is forcibly. And there's been court histories on this, and there's like 7 different or 7 different times it went to an appeals court where they have consistently ruled this. Because the question becomes, is it forcibly assaults, resists, opposes, or is it forcibly assaults, forcibly resists, forcibly opposes, forcibly impedes? So they're saying that you're impeding law enforcement by following them around and blowing whistles. Okay. But the law says it has to be forcibly impedes. So what's the difference between impeding and forcibly impeding? And there's actual court cases on this. This is not just something I am making up, even though I've never studied the law. I've studied this law. The word forcibly has, throughout course history, it's been applied to, that adverb applies to every verb in this section. And this law also stipulates that nothing in this law should be interpreted to prevent the people carrying out their First Amendment rights. Okay, so for instance, it would be forcibly impeding to to block an ICE officer from being able to drive past you. That would be forcibly impeding. It is not forcibly impeding to follow an ICE agent. It is not forcibly impeding to blow a whistle or to honk your horn. Those things are considered speech, and those things are legal. And these things have also been ruled on by courts in the past. This is not a new thing. This is not just some novel invention of free speech. These things have been tried over and over again and heard by appeals courts and upheld. So obstructing the law is breaking the law, but they are not obstructing the law. Oh, good. Brett is still here, talking about and answering people's trolling, even though we don't have to. You're shit posting every 3 seconds. Okay. Okay, I'm sorry, Nick. I don't know what facts you're posting. I'm kind of scrolling through and trying to find things. I don't know what fact you're talking about. TPS isn't a status STRP. Temporary protected status. I mean, it's literally a status. That's what the SNTPS stands for. But they broke the law after they came, and that is legal. No, they didn't break the law after they came. They didn't. They did not break the law after they came. They never broke the law at all. It's not like at the moment that Donald Trump removed it, we covered this. The moment that Donald Trump says that DPS is over, they still have a minimum of 60 days to leave. And usually, even under Trump in the previous administration, they were given a grace period. Okay. Okay, so just sharing this with you, Nick. Where do we come up with this stuff? From, well, reality, if you want to be honest. Yes, immigration, U.S. immigration and ICE enforcement did significantly reduce the length of its basic academy training for new recruits under the current Trump administration. And 47 days was a reported figure in mid-2025. It was 16 to 22 weeks. Now it's 47 days. It's all part of the way to rush more ICE agents out there. And there's also, you can look this up if you want, but like they're supposed to, there's some basic tests that you have to have, like a physical. 30% of them failed their physical. And then there's a constitutional test they're supposed to pass, which, by the way, is an open book test. And then 50% of them failed the open book test. How somebody fails an open book test with the internet and AI there is like beyond me. And there's also a open book test on immigration, which 50% of them failed. So yeah, there are a lot of really, really unqualified ICE agents running about, and they're not just unqualified, they're also really poorly trained. So Brett says, Nick, Kelly's talking and answering people's trolling, even though we don't have to. You're in your poop posting every 3 seconds. So yeah, I'm trying to be honest. I'm trying to answer the questions best I can, but $2 only buys you so much grace. How can anyone take this white male seriously? Whatever. Coming here illegally does not give the U.S. the right to abduct them and take or send wherever per the U.S. Yeah. Due process is I think that, it's one of the things that really is sad to me is how much MAGA has just embraced cruelty. It's like, okay, why? It's almost like to the point to them where crossing the border illegally is like the worst crime that deserves any punishment at all. And I keep thinking, how I'm old enough to remember when the MAGAs would talk about the certain rights, like these inalienable rights. And they would talk about how God has given them these rights. The Constitution does not give them rights. The Constitution just recognizes that these are God-given rights. Your right to speech is not provided. Sorry. Your right to free speech is not provided by the Constitution. The Constitution is just acknowledging this right that God has already provided. That's what they were arguing for years. So does God not give immigrants rights? Like, I'm just asking this. I'm not asking this as a theological argument. I'm asking this to people who allege they are Christians. Is God also the God of immigrants, or does God give some people more rights than others? Does God give Americans more rights than immigrants? I'm just wondering where your intellectual consistency is here. It's amazing how you can watch. Like, I watch, sometimes I'll see like 9 people from YouTube all of a sudden arrive or leave at the same time, exact same second, almost like they're bots. You know, the Brett and Kitty will probably appreciate this. I was I was thinking of it the other day, the Spider-Man movie, the one where he goes. There she is, Kitty. I was thinking about this. Here, I'll do this one. Whoops. Oh, there we go. So, Kitty, I was thinking about this. I was thinking you would appreciate this. I've got you on screen. The second Spider-Man movie.
Yeah.
Where he's got all the drone pilots.
Hold on. Go ahead. The second Spider-Man movie.
He's got all the drone pilots, or all the little drones, and he pilots them all, and they all kind of fly coordinated together and everything. You know what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
That's the way that some of these bots come in and go out of the chat. Like, there's like one guy that's controlling like 25 bots or something, and they all come in like those. Mm-hmm. Does that sound like a good, like, does that work?
I could see that.
I'm just thinking of it that way. I guess
I could see it more like a shit drone.
Yeah, kind of like a sort of like the drones and explosive diarrhea.
Yeah. I'm there with you.
There you go.
Raw.
Right. I'll let you go back. Do you want to stay on mute and hang out there, or do you want to?
Yeah. I'll stay. Well, I'm still trying to figure out what I'm supposed to be on this Spaces thing. Because it's time change stuff that's freaking me out.
Oh. So. Well, you sure are acting the part. Name calling sounds about right. Got it. Wow. Am I that far behind? Oh, wow. We've got some starred comments too. Trump is not in control of the government. Trump is a puppet for some other source. Trump is not in control of his own bowels. I mean, Kelly, let's debate over a cup of coffee. I can be anywhere in Elgin. I don't want to debate you, Skull. I really don't have any desire to debate you. And it's not because I'm afraid or anything. I just have no interest in bad faith conversations. You don't seem to understand how debate works. You think debating is just yelling the same thing over and over again. It's not that you take a thing. Here's what I would suggest to you. And this is like something that worked for my wife and I. Because I'll admit, I am not the best listener in the world. But I don't know if you've ever been married. If you've ever been married, you may have gotten this sort of thing. It's called reflecting. And what you do is you take whatever somebody said and you repeat it back to them. One, it lets the other person know that you heard what they said. Number two, it actually forces you to listen to what they said, because you can't say back to them what they said unless you actually listen to what they said. You don't seem to do that at all. You don't seem to hear what anybody has to say. You come in armed with your own points, and then I will address the points that you made specifically, and then you will sit there and you will just say the exact same thing again. And there's only like 11 or 12 times in a row where you do that, where I just get tired of hearing it. So I don't want you to come and have a debate with me in Elgin. I'm not going to go have a cup of coffee with a mosquito. Host, you have a brain. These people aren't on the same wavelength. They couldn't care less about the law or what's right or wrong, or just making excuses. Thank you. About having a brain, I mean. Blue Collar heard about, then made an AI response. World is done with U.S. Enjoy decades of isolation. I really don't know how, where the long-term ramifications for Trump. Because I've said this before. that what we like 2016 when Trump won that one, and we went from, like the next 4 years where the rest of the world were like, this is a disaster. It's like when Minnesota, I don't know if you guys remember this or how old some of you are or ever even knew about it, but Jesse Ventura was the governor of Minnesota for a while. And what happened is there was like neither the Republican nor the Democrat were all that popular. And Jesse Ventura was running as a third-party candidate. He wasn't a Republican. And a bunch of young people thought, we'll vote. And mostly it was young people. But a bunch of people thought, we'll just vote for Jesse Ventura on a lark as a protest vote. And then he accidentally won. And then everybody's like, oh, no, what did we do? He never ran. He knew he'd, Anyway, even he's like against Trump now. But anyway, I feel like they thought that was the kind of thing that they were doing. They're just like, America messed up, they'll learn their lesson. Then in 2021, Joe Biden got more votes than any president in the history of the country. And they said, okay, they learned their lessons. And then 4 years later, here we are again. And at this point, you've got him, changing his mind about trade deals from week to week. He's just destroying the image of the country. And it's like, if we win it back in 2028, if we win the White House back, the rest of the world's going to be like, we don't know what's going to happen in 2032. Is it going to be JD Vance gonna run and put a tariff on the entire world except couches? What's going to happen? So I just feel like we have long-term relationships with the rest of the world that are going to be permanently damaged. ICE are murderers. Trump is a fascist. Skull Crusher, there is a reason why MAGA always loses debates online. It's a doomed position. Yeah, the thing about MAGAs is they don't know when they lost a debate either. Nobody runs a victory lap around an L like a MAGA. All right. So the other half of today's show, I wanted to go into, I didn't get as much done on this as I wanted to, but I was going through this the other day and talking about how the Donald Trump is trampling the Constitution. And I didn't get all the way through it. And I'm not going to get all the way through it today. I got the Second and Eighth Amendments added to it. So now we're up to 7 of the first 8 amendments. If Donald Trump gets credit for anything, I should think it should be, we're starting to remember what all the 10 amendments were and what all our rights are. So the First Amendment is freedom of speech, freedom of protest, freedom of the press, and apparently freedom of religion, right? And the Second Amendment is to right to bear arms, which is what we're talking about right now. And if you had told me that this would happen, I would have laughed in your face and called you a liar. Because the exact same things, see if I wish I could find it. I made a meme about, if I can find this, let me see if I can find this. I doubt I'll be able to find it, but okay. Yeah, I'll never find it. I made a meme where Dana Loesch is saying that the Democrats were going to come and take away your guns. And then the next image is, what's her name? The Fox News attorney. Oh man, the one that's the DC attorney right now, I can't think of her name. Anyway, she's going, hold my wine box. So instead of hold my beer. Anyway, because she was talking about taking away people's guns. So, all right. So the Second Amendment, Trump administration claims citizens cannot bring firearms to protests, directly contradicting Second Amendment protections and state law. Trump, you can't have guns. You can't walk in with guns. You just can't. Can you imagine, again, I say this all the time, what the set of Fox News would look like? What would the set of Fox and Friends look like if Barack Obama had ever said, you can't have guns? You can't walk in with guns. You just can't. Imagine Barack Obama saying those words. Can you imagine, like, just what sort of insanity would come from the right? And then imagine his FBI director said, you cannot bring a firearm loaded with multiple magazines to any sort of protest that you want. It's that simple. Imagine telling that to, like if people had said that about Kyle Rittenhouse. Where was Kash Patel when Kyle Rittenhouse was literally bringing a firearm loaded with multiple magazines to a protest? Deanne Chess, Christy Nome, if you're in possession of a firearm, you need to be even more compliant. Compliant to what? Anyway, so Donald Trump this is all related to Alex Preddy. Alex Preddy had a state-issued concealed carry permit. And Minnesota explicitly allows carrying at protests. It's not just there is no a law against it. There is a law specifically allowing it. 13 legal experts confirmed Patel was wrong about the law. And no prohibition on loaded firearms with multiple magazines at protests in Minnesota. And the whole thing about the multiple magazines, it was a pistol. All right. He wasn't walking in with an AR-15 and multiple 25-round magazines. And he wasn't at a protest either, by the way. He was just a legal observer. There weren't like hundreds of people standing around waving signs yelling, ICE must go. There was a protest. It was he was a legal observer along with other legal observers, and that is considered constitutionally legal protest. But like to a protest, he didn't go to a protest. There wasn't like a protest there and then he went to the protest. He went to legally observe where ICE was. There's a huge difference between even that and what they're trying to conflate it as. He also, by the way, wore the gun as a matter of habit. Every day he wore a gun. He didn't wear a gun to a protest. He just happened to be going to this legal observer thing. But all of that, he still had a Second Amendment right to do it. These are all things that if, this happened at some sort of MAGA rally or, like counter protesters at, one of these statues where they're saying, to get rid of these statues of former slave owners. Imagine that, like if at Charleston it had been an armed Proud Boy that was shot and he had a gun, do you think we'd still be hearing the same thing? So now we've got this bizarro world of role reversal. Trump administration blamed Preddy for exercising his Second Amendment rights. They used the fact that he lawfully had a gun to justify his killing. He never even put his hand on the gun. The only ones that touched his gun was the ICE officer who took his gun away right before his buddies filled him with bullets. They claimed that protesters forfeit Second Amendment rights when challenging federal agents. And I just want you to really sit on that and think for a moment. Think about how many times in the last 40 years, conservatives and gun supporters have said that the very specific reason that we have a Second Amendment is to protect our First Amendment rights. How does that even make sense to you? How can you have the Second Amendment right, protect your First Amendment rights, if you can't wear your gun while you're protesting? When else are you going to need it to protect your First Amendment rights? So now you also have the other side of that. It's also, ironic. Governor Gavin Newsom defended Preddy's constitutional right to carry. Gun control advocates are citing Second Amendment protections, and liberal prosecutors affirmed the right to bear arms at protests. So you've got the Republicans sitting there complaining about a Democrat or a liberal or Antifa or whatever, having the audacity to wear a gun at a protest, and you've got the Democrats and the gun control people coming to defend him. And that might seem like a contradiction the other way. But I would like to point out that most people that are for gun control have never been anti-gun the way that the pro-gun people want it to mean. It's like the whole point of gun control is gun control. It's controlling who has guns. And the whole notion of gun control is that people who have guns are the people that aren't a threat to kill people with them. They're only going to use them to defend themselves. So anyway, we're not changing our position, but boy, did a bunch of Republicans change their position. So the NRA, to their credit, at least the NRA is consistent. The NRA unequivocally believes, so in response, the NRA said, the NRA unequivocally believes that all law-abiding citizens have a right to keep and bear arms anywhere they have a legal right to be. So he was legally at the protest. He was legally carrying a gun at the protest. Gun owners of America, the Second Amendment protects Americans' right to bear arms while protesting. And the Minnesota Gun Owners Caucus, completely incorrect on Minnesota law, saying Trump was. So there's a UCL law professor, Adam Winkler. It feels like we're in a bizarro world. So back to there, the upside down world of Donald Trump, where all of a sudden you got liberals defending gun rights and Republicans going after them. So this is the hypocrisy, right? The Second Amendment argument for decades. We need guns to protect ourselves from tyrannical government overreach. So who decides? See, this is what I was saying. Before Alex Preddy, I would say this for years. Who decides what tyrannical overreach is? What if it's the other side that's tyrannical overreach? What if I feel that you are doing tyrannical overreach? Does that give me the right to shoot government agents? Better get Waco. What about the other side? So this was armed federal agents conducting enforcement actions illegally against citizens exercising their First Amendment rights legally. The citizens here were legally doing what their First Amendment rights protected. ICE agents were illegally doing things like accosting and assaulting people who were doing who were performing their First Amendment rights. The woman that Preddy went there to help, she didn't do anything illegal. Their throwing her on the ground was assault and illegal. Him helping her up was legal. You can't say that he was forcibly preventing them from doing their job, because their job doesn't consist of denying people their First Amendment rights. And Trump's response to all this is, you can't have guns. And I just imagine those 4 words coming out of the mouth of Barack Obama, or coming out of the mouth of Joe Biden, or coming out of the mouth of Hillary Clinton, or coming out of the mouth of Kamala Harris. If any presidential candidate ever said the words, "You can't have guns," that would be a commercial on repeat. No context, nothing. They would just say that over and over again. But Donald Trump says it, and it's like, well, that's not what he meant. When it's exactly what he meant. When faced with the exact scenario two Second Amendment defenders claim justified gun ownership, the Trump administration argues citizens forfeit their Second Amendment rights. So does the Second Amendment protect the First or not? You can't have this both ways. If the Second Amendment protects the First, then Alex Preddy had a right to protect his First Amendment. And he had both his First and Second Amendments deprived of him with 10 bullets in the back. The constitutional crisis, using lawful exercise of Second Amendment as justification for lethal force, is a chilling effect on both First Amendment protest and Second Amendment bearing rights simultaneously. So that's the Second Amendment. I'll get into the Eighth Amendment in a minute. Going to go through and see if there's any comments. Okay. So we'll just randomly go here. You cannot conceal a weapon while you're in the process. He wasn't committing a crime. And he wasn't impeding a federal officer. So he wasn't in the wrong for carrying a firearm. Nothing you said is true. He wasn't committing a crime. He wasn't impeding a federal officer. So he wasn't wrong in carrying a firearm. And then he didn't get what he was asking for because he wasn't asking for anything. Why can't you have an honest conversation, dude? He never touched his gun. Resistance is violence, says the "Don't Tread on Me" crowd. Right. Filming is not impeding. Again, impeding it's not just impeding. You have to include the word forcibly. He has to be forcibly impeding. And what they have to be what they're doing has to be actually something legal. Like they have to actually be carrying out their job, their responsibilities. Throwing women who are filming on the ground is not actual ICE activity. That's just assaulting a woman. He has a right to defend that woman and put himself between them and her. First off, being in the area of a federal operation is impeding. First off, no, it's not. That is just not true. That is not what the law says. So, first off, do a Google search. It has to be forcibly impeding. I don't know where you get this idea, this made up thing. I don't know if you made it up or if somebody else made it up, but whoever made it up, it's not true. It is not true. There's no other way to say this. It is not true. As he said, no, it isn't. So now we're just, okay. Again, there's actual court history on this. This is not a hypothetical or theoretical discussion. There is a right to protest, and the right to protest includes being a legal observer. Being a legal observer means that you can be there legally observing what ICE is doing. It is a completely made up thing that just being there is illegal. No, it's not. Being there is not impeding. Being there is not forcibly impeding. That's why, you know what? That's why not one person that they're saying is doing all this obstruction has been charged. You know how many people were charged with obstruction of justice by interfering with an ICE operation in 2025 in the entire year? I think it was one. Look at this. Look at things. Look at things. Don't just listen to Fox News and Jesse Waters, who is about as smart as toilet waters. No, it's not. It's not, Skull. It's not. And also, just for the record, that's not justifiable reason for lethal force either. You want to make it so easy for federal officials to just murder people, but you're not even willing to do this. You say, why won't you debate with me? Because you won't learn, you won't look up things, you won't hear things. You just keep repeating the same things that have been debunked over and over again. You cannot conceal carry a weapon. What this one? I thought I'd already addressed that. Oh, again, it is the will of the people. That's nonsense. You have a Second Amendment to stand up to a tyrannical government. That's what the man was doing. If you don't like it, Knight, can you leave? And that's the thing that just keeps coming back to me. It's like, even if everything he was saying was true, his standing up to the tyrannical government, you're telling me that's the premise of the Second Amendment. It's the whole spirit of the Second Amendment. And now you're like, oh, but it doesn't apply here because I don't agree with him. I'd agree with the federal government. You're cheering on tyranny. Who's throwing a fit because we were voted out? You know who threw a fit when you got voted out? You bunch of mamby-pamby January 6th insurrectionist nut jobs. That's who threw a fit when you were voted out. All right, we're done with you. This is 2 days of you. Can you get rid of Panic Guy? Here, I'll do it. I panic. Okay. So Reaper has been reaped. My job and my friend's job and my wife's job are all hiring like crazy. Well, funny that making up things is really a great argument. I mean, the actual reality is the job report. I think the job report was delayed, but it's going to be a disaster. We've got what is the job? Yeah, maybe is McDonald's hiring? Dairy Queen, maybe? Kelly, your cell phone is a brown terrain. Okay, we're done with Skull Crusher. You start talking about okay. The Skull Crusher will no longer be crushing skulls on this channel. Renee Good and Alex Petty were murdered in cold blood by ICE agents. That's called murder in the first degree. And it really is this simple. Joseph is absolutely correct. Neither one was a threat to kill the officer or anybody else when they were executed by ICE agents or Border Patrol. Either one. Neither one was a threat. And we know this because John Ross was not in the path of the vehicle when he fired all 3 bullets. We know this because Alex Petty wasn't even in possession of his gun while all these officers were filling his back with lead. Neither one was a threat. And the only means for lethal force, the only justifiable reason for lethal force by a federal officer is that if they are a threat to their life or others' lives. So what they did is murder. Full stop. Time to stop apologizing for it. It's all a matter of perception what tyranny is. Yes, rounding up people who shouldn't be here in the first place isn't tyranny, no matter what way, but nobody's protesting that. Why is it that, I'd like to really know, Toe Hair. Do you really think that's what's going on? Do you think that's what people are protesting? Is people being rounded up that aren't supposed to be here? You guys all want to make it about what people are protesting is getting rid of illegal immigrants. That's not what's going on. That's not what people are protesting. People are protesting the tactics. People are protesting the fact that people that are here legally are being detained illegally. People are protesting American citizens being detained illegally, and people are protesting how some of these undocumented migrants are being treated. It's not just about the legal status of some people that are being deported. That's a dishonest representation of what we are talking about. And I would just say this much. You should really look at what we are upset about. If you want to be honest. And being honest means being able to accurately frame what we are upset about in ways that we would agree that's what we are upset about. I have not met a single person that is like that is the thing. Oh, they're deporting illegal people. Nobody's sitting there saying they shouldn't be able to deport illegal people or people that are here illegally. Nobody is saying that. That is not what they are protesting. So how about you find out what we are protesting? I've been trying to say it on this show. I'm saying it right now. These are the things we're upset about. So, no, that's not tyranny. Well, what is tyranny is taking away somebody's First Amendment rights, taking away somebody's Second Amendment rights, taking away somebody's Third Amendment rights, taking away somebody's Fourth Amendment rights, somebody taking away Fifth Amendment rights, somebody taking away Sixth Amendment rights, and, as we're about to go into, taking away somebody's Eighth Amendment rights, and the Ninth Amendment rights, and the 10th Amendment rights, and the 11th Amendment rights, and the 14th Amendment rights. When you start stripping away human rights, that is the literal definition of tyranny. So that's what we're upset about. That is what we are protesting. And if you paid attention, you would be upset too. All right, so now let's go into the Eighth Amendment. All right, there were in 2025, 23 deaths in ICE custody, which is the highest since 2004, even more than the 2020 COVID year. And that's kind of even shortchanging it a little, because they would do these things where 3 minutes before somebody died, they would rush them out of the detention facility and they would die in the ambulance. And so they wouldn't count because they weren't technically an ICE. But I think that's another 17 or something. I don't remember the exact number, but a significant number. And if you include those that had been in ICE custody within the last 30 minutes, then it's actually the most there's ever been. There were 3 confirmed suicides, cloth ligatures, rescheduled mental health appointments. They literally are sitting there denying people that have mental health that commit suicide. And you're denying them their mental health appointments. And they weren't committing some grave violent crime. There was one homicide where the autopsy actually ruled it was a homicide, where the officer choked detainee Geraldo Lumis Campos to death. The detention population has increased 75% from 40,000 to 66,000, and 73.6% have no criminal convictions, up from 6% in January. So most of the people that are being detained, other than crossing the border illegally, which is a distinction Donald Trump himself made while he was campaigning. He said, we're not going after everybody, we're only going after the worst of the worst. So if you want to like parse about them being illegal, your parsing is with Donald Trump, not with me. He's the one that made that distinction. That's the distinction you allegedly voted for. When I was saying that he was going to do what he's doing now, you said, no, he's going after the worst of the worst. Now that he's not doing what you said he would do, and he is doing what I said he would do, you're saying, well, that's what he said he would do, because that's the way the MAGA brain works. It's just whatever Trump says is true. So the Fort Bliss tent camp in East Montana, the contract in history, $1.2 billion. This is actually, there's been a lot of, Rachel Maddow has been covering this a lot about these detention centers. Nobody wants the detention centers there. They wanted to put one near me in Texas, not too near, but nobody wants concentration camps near their house for some reason. I don't think concentration camps are good for property value. You think so, Patsy? No. $1.2 billion contract, $5,000 or 5,000 bed capacity. So this would be the largest concentration camp in America, built on former Japanese internment campsite. Can you imagine that? They're literally building the concentration camp on the graveyard of another concentration camp. And you want me to know why, you want me to explain why I think that Donald Trump is a fascist? So it's open while it's still active construction zone. Leaked ICE inspection. It violated 60 plus federal detention standards in the first 50 days. Extreme El Paso heat. Or so this is, I'm sorry, it's called the Camp East Montana. It's in Texas. Extreme El Paso heat. 10 structures, insufficient food and water. So the 8th Amendment, this talks about cruel and unusual punishment. This is, by legal standards, cruel and unusual punishment. Forcing people to live this way is cruel and unusual punishment. Okay. I think Kitty had to take off. All right. So the ideal versus Trump's words, ICE detention supposed to be civil and non-punitive. These are not supposed to be like prisons. These are supposed to be a detainment center. This is supposed to be where when you're deporting people, they're put somewhere where they can stay until they are deported. These are not violent people. They're not violent criminals. They're not supposed to be treated like violent criminals or worse than violent criminals. It would be illegal to put it this way. It would be illegal to put the worst criminals in America in this prison. Not because it would be illegal not just because it would be illegal to put everybody with them. It is not humane enough. So again, as is why I keep saying, you guys want to focus on just, they were here illegally. And it's just like, where is your humanity? Where is your morality? You say you're Christians. This is not Christian. This is not kindness. You can deport people legally without being cruel. It's not about just whether you deport people or not. It's about how you act and how you behave and what kind of image you make. You know, like in the words of Assisi, preach the gospel always, and when necessary, use words. And so you talk about how Oh, you're being ostracized through your Christian faith and because of your being a Christian. No, it's because of the cruelty, not because of the Christianity. You're the ones that mock Christianity. You mock Christianity every time you claim you're a Christian and defend this kind of evil behavior. There's a verse in the Bible that talks about this kind of thing. It says, "Be careful, God is not mocked. For you who say one thing and do another, the worst will be set aside for you." All right. It's Romans 2, I think. Romans 2 or 3, somewhere in there. Don't mock God. When you are sitting there saying that this is justified and then you're claiming to be a Christian, you're mocking God. And you're turning, the Bible puts it this way, you turn the Gentiles against you. People don't want to be like you. When you're sitting there saying that you're a Christian and you're promoting this kind of behavior, you have people that just because, as the Bible says, because they have a conscience, even the nations know. Like even the Gentiles know that what you're saying is wrong, that what you're doing is wrong. You don't need the Bible to tell you that. You don't need the Old Testament law to tell you that. You just need a conscience that God gave you. Anybody with a conscience can look at torturing 5-year-olds and say that is not moral. So I don't care if you're sitting there just talking about whether they're legal or not. Your immorality speaks for itself. Stop defaming the name of Christ to defend the name of Trump. And that's just from a Christian. Not saying anything, not trying to say everybody should be a Christian or whatever. And I'm not trying to start a thing about that. But I'm just saying you should consider as a Christian what kind of testimony you're making when you advocate for this kind of policy. Are you helping people come to the Lord? Are you turning people away from the Lord? The ideal versus Trump's words. ICE detention supposed to be civil and non-punitive. Trump's words, illegal aliens who stay face punishments, including significant jail time. The reality, data, and coercion. Discretionary releases fell 87%. For everyone released, 14.3 were deported directly. Detention used to coerce giving up legal cases. So this is what they're doing, is they are putting people in these detention centers with their children. Like the Blue Bunny kid, they were trying to get the guy to drop his asylum claim. We'll let you go and we will let your son go if you didn't, drop your asylum claim. Well, a lot of people that have asylum claims are coming over here because they have a legitimate asylum claim and they don't want to get murdered. And so they're saying either we torture your child or you have to go and get your child murdered. It's your choice. Widespread deprivation. There's widespread hunger, debilitating illness, significant weight loss. I was just watching an interview right before the show started. There was a Mexican guy that was being illegally detained. He was here legally. He was waiting for his asylum claim. And he was put in one of these detention centers. In 30 days, he lost 25 pounds. Because they wouldn't feed him. They wouldn't give him water. He was like so disoriented when they finally let him out that they had to take him to a health center to recover. He had to go get medical services. Why are you feeling like this needs to be done? This is a violation of the 8th Amendment. This is a violation of cruel and unusual punishment. Starving somebody to death or near to death is cruel and unusual punishment. Even POWs have to be fed. Inhumane facilities. In Massachusetts, there were 35 to 40 men in one windowless room, one toilet, sleeping on the concrete. You see reports where people had to sorry for the vulgar image, but stand over people and pee. Official misconduct, Fort Bliss, foul water, spoiled food, inadequate health care. officers using beatings to compel deportation. The one guy that I was talking about, he had a broken rib. He had suffered a concussion. Why do you need this cruelty? Why can't you just legally deport undocumented migrants without torturing them, without abusing them, without the cruelty? You say, oh, well, Obama did it too. Obama didn't do the cruelty. We're not protesting the deporting. We're protesting the cruelty, the lack of due process, the lack of following the law, the lack of accepting that asylum is a real thing. These are the things that we protest. Using detention conditions so severe that people will waive their legal rights just to escape textbook cruel and unusual punishment. So there's actually 4 violations of the 8th Amendment working together. One is foreign prison deportations, the CCOT, where they literally sent 230 people to a torture facility, a literal torture facility. 125 days, there was no communication at all. There were constant beatings and sexual abuse, many with no criminal records. This, was brought to light with the Abrego Garcia thing. But there were other people like the guy, the tattoo artist. And these were people that were just sent to prison without ever being convicted of a crime or even tried for a crime or charged for a crime. And there's all this talk about, everybody needs to be, like, if we give one person due process, we have to give them all due process. Well, yeah, you do. But due process is different depending on what the charges are. And it is, if you are just regular, normal deporting people, there is a minimal amount of due process where you get to go see an immigration judge and then make your case. And you also get to do things like prove whether or not you have a legal right to be here. The other kind of due process is if you're charged with a crime and you're going to be sent to prison, and that you get the same rights. There's actual Supreme Court case history on this. There's a short on it in my YouTube library. Can't remember the name of the case. But there was a guy that they tried to just send to a max security prison, literally breaking rocks. Like he was in a prison where that's what they did. They broke rocks. They turned big rocks into little rocks. And so he sued saying that he didn't get a trial. And he ended up winning. The Supreme Court determined that he had to get a trial because, you can't send somebody to prison without a trial. We talk about this, distinction about whether or not you have rights if you're a citizen versus a non-citizen. And there are some rights you have just as a human being, and there are some rights you have as a citizen. It's really not that simple. You don't have the right to vote because you're a human being. You have to actually be a citizen to vote in America, in spite of what Donald Trump tells you. But you have a right as a human being to just not get sent to a maximum security prison without a trial. So there are some things that, apply, but the Constitution specifically says that due process applies to persons. If you are a human being, you are entitled to due process. And so they are sending people to foreign prisons. They're, without a trial. And you know why they're sending them to foreign prisons without a trial? Because they can't send them to American prisons without a trial. They're doing this thing where they're pretending that deporting people and sending them to a prison are the same thing. So, death penalty expansion. They want to expand the death penalty. This one is kind of ironic. You'll see why in a second. It seeks to overturn Kennedy versus Louisiana, which seeks to death penalty for non-homicide crimes. And This violates 50 years of precedent. And the Kennedy versus Louisiana, in case you don't know what this is, this was a case where there was sex abuse of a child that Louisiana wanted to do the death penalty on. And so the Supreme Court said, no, you can't do the death penalty for a non-homicide crime. And Donald Trump wants to overturn that and make it death penalty for pedophiles. So make of that what you will. I think that there are probably a lot of people in the Epstein files that, you know, if he were to ever actually release them, would be getting the death penalty, including possibly Donald Trump. 3, domestic detention abuse. There's been 23 years and 1 juice, sexual assault, beatings, medical neglect, tent camps in extreme heat, and built on the Japanese internal site. So this is a recap of what I was just going through. But just think about that. If you ever lived in Texas, it gets hot down here. I mean, not hot like, whoo, it's hot outside. No, I mean, can kill you hot. You can die of heat stroke hot. And they're also using detention as punishment to coerce people into confessing. So it's not even just punishment, it's torture. It's literally torturing people to give up their asylum case, which is just so humane and insane. And it's an outright violation of the 8th Amendment. So the systemic violation and historical echo. Trump hasn't just violated the 8th Amendment, he's weaponized punishment itself as a tool of immigration enforcement, creating conditions designed to be so cruel that people give up their legal rights, the legal right to seek asylum, just so the U.S. government will stop torturing them. Is that really the country that you want to say is great? Is that making America great again? Torturing children until their fathers agreed to give up their asylum case? That does not sound great to me. That sounds just downright evil. Historical echo. Every element, the 8th Amendment was written to prevent torture, excessive punishment, using conditions of confinement as punishment. Trump has systemically implemented. That is, and it's like the way that people that promote this kind of nonsense are, they say they're Christians and then promote this. It is beyond me. It is sad. Okay. So that's the end of that. I'll get to the next few amendments tomorrow. As you can see, these are not minor things. Okay, so we're just going to scroll up here. I'm going to go through some comments. During the 56 that died during the Obama administration. So you're comparing 56 over 8 years with 23 over 1 year. I'll let you think on that. What is 56 divided by 8? My thoughtless little friend. Due process for every person. Dumbass, yes. John Stevenson, it's already been explained to you. Oh, okay. No, the majority of America did not vote for it. More Americans voted against it than for it. Is it not accurate to say that the Constitution applies to everyone in the U.S., citizens and otherwise? Did you mean to say it is? Is it not? It is. Depends on what you're talking about. The Constitution tends to be specific, though. Like when it says When it talks about due process, it says persons. When it talks about other things, it will say citizens. Or it'll specify what type of citizen, like who can run for president. My simple, sweet summer child, you need to read the Supreme Court ruling on the Constitution. It does, in fact, protect illegals. There's been several court cases, again, on due process for people that are here illegally. And I've got some shorts on some of those if you're actually interested enough to look at them. Can I just blame you for stealing my car and get you arrested with no investigation? No. Yeah. And, you know, it's really as simple as this. And I feel like I need to say this every single day because we get different people making the same argument every single day. And sometimes it's the same people making the same dumb argument every day. If anybody doesn't have due process, nobody has due process. Because all you have to do is then say that that person that you're accusing falls into that niche of not getting due process. And then there's no due process for them to say that they are not in that niche. If you say somebody's an illegal citizen and therefore doesn't get due process, and they are an American citizen, by what process are they allowed to prove it? There is none. If I just say you're not an American citizen and you're here illegally, and then I extradite you to a prison, a torture prison in South America, what are you going to do about it? Either everybody has due process or nobody does. And it's not even all that hypothetical. We had people here legally that were extradited to a foreign prison where they were tortured. It's not just this could happen. This did happen. I can't imagine sneaking into another country and living there, bypassing. But you've never lived in another country, have you? It's not about sneaking into this country. It's getting out of that country. I can't imagine the horrors that made them request asylum. Why is it our government violating the Constitution and dehumanizing them? And I've mentioned this story before, that a woman that she was at her son's funeral, her older son's funeral, who was killed by the cartels for not wanting to be a part of the cartel. They threatened her surviving son's life at her dead son's funeral that they murdered. And then she walked across Mexico, the entire country of Mexico, to get here and request asylum because she didn't want her other son to be murdered. And it's like, I'm sorry, I don't think she's a bad person for doing that. Anybody that uses the word illegals is automatically just illegals. Like, why do you have to call them illegals? Why is that the one word, the one crime to you that mandates the use of that word? It's like, of all the crimes in all the world, that's the one that makes a person illegal? And due process, they have people, literally, they have ICE agents camped out in front of immigration courts so that they can arrest people who are showing up voluntarily. Do you think that that's going to prevent or help people show up voluntarily? Once you start snatching people up because they showed up voluntarily, do you think that's going to help or hinder the case there, buddy? Like, can you think about that for a moment? Can you at least condemn apprehending people who are showing up voluntarily? They would deport Jesus and probably send him to a ERCOT. They are also violating our laws regarding deportation. They aren't deporting them, yes, to their country of origin. They're deporting them to places they have no citizenship. Yeah, and they're like these really, really dangerous people. So they're sending them to another country. Why are you dumping these really dangerous people into other countries if they're so dangerous? You know what else is happening, John? Being met with ICE agents at your court date. Exactly. Leviticus 39 or 1934, 33, 34. When a stranger sojourns with you in your land, you shall not do him wrong. You shall have him as yourself, for you were strangers in the land of Egypt. Great verses. I'm not judging another Christian. I am stipulating, I'm not judging anybody at all. I am just pointing out that Christian behavior, that when you're sitting there espousing to be a Christian and behaving in a way like that I'm a Christian judging a behavior. If you show that behavior, maybe you need to do a little prayer and reflection and a little less judgment of me. Do not oppress the widow or the fatherless, the foreigner or the poor. You hypocrites, well did Isaiah prophesy of you when he said, this people honors me with their lips, but their heart is far from me. In vain do they worship me, teaching as doctrines the commandments of men. Yeah, the word aliens is, there's a kind of an etymological fallacy there, like where aliens at one time was the proper word, but now it's been sort of the context of it has been corrupted enough that now it's dehumanizing. Okay, but why does that make it okay? Again, John, if you broke the law and you need to be deported, why does that mean that you have to be tortured before you're deported? And what if you're not breaking the law? If you're here legally, can you answer the question? Can you have an honest conversation? Or are you just going to keep repeating the same thing over and over again, like a belligerent little ignorant child? So let me ask you, if they are here legally seeking asylum and you're torturing them to give up their asylum case, is that moral? Remind the people to be subject to rulers and authorities, to be obeyed. Okay, good quote. Do you think that applies to Donald Trump? Do you think that applies to ICE agents? Do you think that applies to Pam Bondi? Or does that verse only apply to migrants? The right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures should not be violated, and no warrants shall issue but upon probable cause. Supported by the oath of affirmation, in particular describing the place to be searched and the persons or things to be seized. Boy, that sounds an awful lot like the Fourth Amendment, which I went over the other day in this slideshow. So, oh, by the way, if you want to see these slideshows or what's in them, first of all the things that are covered in these slideshows, in the speaker's notes of the slideshow, there's reference links so that I'm not just spouting off or making things up. Ramos didn't break the law, was still detained, was made sick by the detention center, and now he's released. They're saying he needs to go back. Why? This is what I mean. It has, at a certain point, like if you're going to say, they're here illegally and they should be deported, that's fine. But why do you have to torture them? Why do you have to detain people that are here legally? Why do you have to torture people that are here legally so that they can denounce why they are seeking asylum? It stops becoming about why people are here legally, especially when you're granting asylum to South African plantation owners on the fake premise that they're being persecuted. 1 Peter 2:13. Yes. Does this apply to Donald Trump? Do you think that Donald Trump submits himself to every human authority? Why did, if this is true, why didn't Donald Trump turn over the documents that he stole when he was asked to? You see, this is the problem with a lot of the pseudo MAGA Christians, is that they want the law, they want to use the Bible as a weapon rather than something to learn by. This is why people despise Christianity itself. It's because of people like you. People like you that use the Bible to abuse people with. John, when concentration camp survivors are telling you these are concentration camps, believe them. I think that's a very, very good point, especially when you're building the new concentration on the same site as an old concentration camp. It's literally just the same concentration camp with a different name and different people in it. Biden doesn't find ICE at all. Actually, while Biden was president, because presidents don't do any funding at all, Congress does. Number one. Number two, the funding for ICE went up under Joe Biden. Number three, it would have gone up even more if Donald Trump hadn't gutted the immigration bill that they had negotiated. Number four, he did not let 12 million people in and oversaturate the system. That's just a flat out lie. Like, so maybe you should learn something, dude. Like, maybe there's like a little paperclip guide that's, you can learn from. Yes, that's the thing. Obama didn't violate the Constitution. They've got a lot of Obama did this, Obama did that. What Obama didn't do, Obama did not torture people until they denied their asylum claims. Obama did not build concentration camps and force people to stay there. Obama did not deny most of the Bill of Rights to every American. Obama didn't literally start the kids and mages meme. People, they started there, but they were never cages anyway. This whole thing, I don't want to go into it all. But since, there was a massive number of unaccompanied minors that came into the country while Obama was president. Because of a law that was passed under Bush, which, by the way, was a good law, unaccompanied minors were guaranteed to seek asylum, but they had to come in here and be processed. They were coming in faster than they could be processed. So they had to build emergency detention centers to hold them until they could be moved somewhere else where they had, a normal home life. The goal was not to detain them under Obama. The goal under Obama was to hold them until they could find another place for them. That's the big difference. And they weren't cages. They were massive buildings that had kind of chain link as walls, because it was in Texas and it was super, super hot, and you had air conditioning issues, and it was so that the building could be ventilated and air conditioned. But nobody cares about like actual reality. MAGAs don't care about actual reality. They care about talking points. Obama didn't have, wasn't sitting there using children as bait. If I haven't seen it, isn't true. If you haven't seen it, you haven't looked it up. Go ahead and say, but you need to learn what interfere with ICE means. See, the problem is that you're calling protesting interfering with ICE, and you don't know what the law is. And no matter how many times I teach you, you refuse to learn. So one more time, following ICE is not interfering. Blowing a whistle is not interfering. Honking a horn is not interfering. That's all free speech. Learn what you're talking about before you come to your superiors and try to take them on, my malevolent little child. But they aren't being detained and go before a judge with legal representation. That's the problem. The people that were sent to ERCOT were not ever sent to a judge with legal representation. That's the entire point, buddy. Would you actually consider that for a minute? They never got to go see an immigration judge. They have their Fourth Amendment right violated due to warrantless searches. Yeah, and you have American citizens. You know, like you can name it the one Laotian guy who they just dragged out into the middle of a Minnesota winter. Didn't even let him put on clothes, as though like somehow if he puts on clothes, then they can't do their mission. This is what, again, like when I'm talking about humanity, this isn't even about legal. Whether he was here legally, he was an American citizen. That makes him here pretty legally. But even if you don't know that, and you're just a total, inept ICE agent, just as a human being, a decent human being, you should know, let somebody put pants on before you drag them out into the middle of a Minnesota winter. They have that whole thing was a warrantless procedure. And like I've talked about this before, the administrative warrant thing is such a joke, because if you can give yourself a warrant, what's the point of getting a warrant? Every person is human. Calling them an alien is convincing yourself that you are separate from them. You are not. You could wait for that. Yeah. And then that's why once you've accepted dehumanizing language, it's easy to accept dehumanizing action. It's easy to say, oh, well, they're an alien, therefore whatever happens to them is okay. That's why it becomes somehow that illegal aliens is like the worst criminal offense that somebody could commit. That no matter what, it justifies all evil. They're not even getting a hearing. They're not getting any kind of lawyer, which, the whole immigration, you don't even get a lawyer for an immigration judge. You don't even get, this is part of the problem. This is why we need to rewrite our immigration laws and update our immigration laws. They are protected by the Fourth, dude. And they're not called illegals. You use the word illegals again, I'm going to ban you. Most liberal Democrats don't even believe in God. So, what a ridiculous comment. Maybe they don't believe in God. Maybe the ones who don't believe in God because you are the one that's telling them what the Christian Bible is supposed to be about. Maybe they don't believe in God because they see people like you trying to present all manner of evil as what God condones. I wouldn't want anything to do with the God that you seem to worship. No, they're not. The left wing. No. What do you think I'm doing right here, dude? The abuse is the point. The problem is on Congress for 50 plus years. Yes, we need to update our immigration law. That is one of the most important things we can do right now is update our immigration law. We are about to suffer the loss of the cost of life, the cost of this cruelty through contracts, lawsuits, and corruption. Then lose the money they contribute to the economy, taxes, and Social Security. We have another bill to pay because they leave a gap in the labor force. Yet another bill because they have to commit petty crimes because they are scared to work. And one final bill that comes decades after when the radicals and hate. I will just put it to you like this. The Democrats fighting, letting that many refugees in, not properly vetted, is and has not been good for me. I'll just put it to you like this. You do not know what you are talking about, John. You don't. He did not let people in unvetted or improperly vetted. Actually, they were quite well vetted before they even left. You don't know what you're talking about. A big part of the problem is that there are people on the right who believe every false news story that comes from Fox News, every lie that comes out of Trump's mouth. And then if you correct them on it, then they act like you are the one that is not in reality, that you're the one that's in a bubble. Everybody that is not in their bubble is in a bubble. John, you don't know what you're talking about. I have spent hundreds of hours researching these things. I do know what I am talking about. There's a lot of things I don't know about. If you ask, I don't know how to work on my car. I've never studied that, but I know this, and I have studied it. That's how I know it. Not because I watch the news. I didn't learn it from CNN. I learned it from reading, from researching. You do not know what you're talking about. Biden did not let millions of refugees in. You don't even know the difference between a refugee and an asylum seeker, probably. And that the 170 citizens, that's just from the one Politico article. It is, you could probably put a 0 on the end of that. We have no idea how many American citizens have been detained because there's no requirement to track it. You are entitled to the Fourth Amendment, citizen or not, does not matter. There is nothing at all that suggests that the Fourth Amendment doesn't apply to American citizens or to undocumented people. Or it's a human right. It's not a citizen's right. Kelly, you are dying and trying to earn your way into heaven. Are you? No, I'm not trying to earn my way into heaven. This is why I call you a Nazi. You ignore a genocidal intent of Gaza. I don't know what this has to do with, I don't know where this came from, but I'll just say this. The Hamas people that stormed Israel was wrong. The Israeli army bombing thousands, like killing 80,000 Gazans in response to that is also wrong. This does not have to be like one side is right because one side is wrong. These agents will be hounded by men like me until we find them, period. I wish I could say I feel sorry for them, but I don't. If you're worried about illegal immigrants and not about pedophiles in your government, you need to rethink your life. And, there's just kind of occurred to me, never thought about it before. But if you had a Venn diagram of people that were in the Epstein files and people that were actually illegal immigrants, Elon Musk would be in both circles. and that is also connected to the whole Trump administration. So that's kind of funny if you think about it. There's a lot of Christians that are Democrats, including me. Some of us actually just follow the Bible instead of Trump. Religion and politics should be kept very separate, and I agree with that both as a Christian and as an American. The Bible is actually, if you actually read the Bible, which MAGA apparently doesn't do, it's pretty clear. It specifically warns against being like married to the state. There's these churches predicted in Revelation, which are like periods of time. And one of those is, I think it's the church in Pergamos, and in Greek it means marriage. And it predicted the marriage of the church and the state under Constantine. And so then Constantine like marched all his soldiers into the ocean and said, okay, you're all baptized now. But they weren't baptized. They still didn't believe any of this stuff. But they were Christians. And so then all this stuff started to be added to the Catholic Church. Like that's where you get the whole Virgin Mary thing, where like that's from I think Egyptian origins, and then the like with Esther and all of that stuff. That's where you get Christmas. That's where you get Easter. From different religions. That's where you get Christmas trees. Almost, like so many of the things that we consider like Christian holidays and stuff like that. None of that's in the Bible. That's all just added from other stuff. There's a book called The Two Babylons, which is really interesting. If you're interested in this sort of thing and you want to read it, there's a book written in like the 1800s that goes back and historically looks at where so many of these things from the so-called Christian religion, where they came from. But yeah, that's why the Bible is actually really clear. When you start marrying the church to the state, you start diluting the Bible and the message of the Bible. Okay, but what if they didn't overstay their visa? But that's not true. Again, you need to learn the laws before you start spouting them. Read the laws on asylum. If you call this a debate, then my God, we need a dictionary. You are just dismissing other opinions and reinforcing. No, I'm responding to other opinions. I'm not giving ignorance equal measure with actual knowledge, but I am responding to the things. Like when somebody says that if you're here and you cross the border illegally, then you're here illegally, which directly contradicts the asylum laws. And the asylum law says that you can request asylum regardless of legal status. So that's a direct contradiction of what the actual asylum law says. And this is like the 11th time I've had to say that. So no, it's not a debate because the other side will not discuss things in good faith, not because I won't. I don't see you actively doing anything productive about the genocide going on and are just complaining about it. Quit pretending you're better than when you're also doing nothing about it. Americans over the past 40 years have lost interest in religion practice. Yes. Partly we Christian raised folks lost the interest because of the rise of insane right-wing fundamentalist organizations, which are now fully terror adjacent. So Ian, based on your comment, I'm gonna guess you're like Gen X like me. And so like when it wasn't until like the moral majority movement, when what's his name? Somebody. What's his name? Jerry Falwell, that's what I'm thinking of. Jerry Falwell started the Moral Majority. And that's like when you started to see this, like before in the 70s, if you look at like people's thoughts on gay marriage or homosexuality or even abortion or things like that, it was kind of an even split between Republicans and Democrats. It wasn't a partisan issue. And it wasn't even really a Christian issue, but it wasn't until Jerry Falwell started saying these are Christian things and these are Christian values, and that it started to be like a Republican Christian thing. And that started to marry the Republican Party with this Christian thing. Then in the about 20, 25 years ago, these mega churches started to push more of this kind of thing. And it's now become the idea of being a Christian is this kind of right-wing mega church person. And thoughtful, intelligent people look at that and say, why do I want to have anything to do with that? Freedom of religion is for everyone, no matter what God or no God individuals believe in. Exactly. I mean, it has even in the Bible, the one thing that that God believes ultimately in, the most essential thing in the Bible is that God gave us a free will. He's not going to force anybody to believe in him or to believe in Christ or believe in any of that. He gave us a free will, even according to the Bible. But you have maggots that want to take that away. And in the pretext of being Christian. He's got Charlie, he's got Rush Limbaugh to keep him company. Hey, legalized Dreamfish. So herbs, I'm going to be doing a thing on pot someday soon. I keep thinking maybe once I get through this violations of the Constitution thing. John listens to the entertainment network known as Fox. They had a trial where they won by saying their claims are outrageous and shouldn't be believed. Yeah, and that's right. That was in a Tucker Carlson lawsuit where their legal defense, not just like their entire legal premise was no serious person should take us seriously. So therefore, there can't be any damage that's done by it. And the judge agreed, and so did the jury. But you have entire groups of people now that believe that Dominion stole the election, even after they settled a lawsuit in a different case. There were not 20. That you think that there were 20 million more people here illegally after Joe, like that you believe 20 million undocumented people came through the border and are still in this country makes you delusional. Like you really are just steeped in ignorance. You are like ignorance tea. It's like somebody took a big old bag of ignorance and then seeped it into you until you just taste like ignorance. All you are right now is just ignorance and water. I went to Texas to see it for myself. There were thousands. Yes, they have like you can go up on a thing and just watch the illegals come in. Silly child. I live in Texas. Such weirdos. We need to update the asylum seeking process and make it a lot more difficult. Well, you don't know what the process is. And do we need, like, if you want to update it. But you don't know what it is. You don't know what the laws are. You don't know what the procedure is. So that's another thing. But the asylum laws as they are passed is the asylum laws as Joe Biden followed them. And that's really the only difference between Joe Biden and Donald Trump on closing or opening the border. Joe Biden followed the asylum laws. Donald Trump doesn't. So when you talk about the law, and you talk about enforcing the law and following the law, Donald Trump's the one that's not actually following the law. Joe Biden actually followed the law. And Christians say, since I'm trans, I'll go to hell. So, well, just so you know, Rainbow, the Bible doesn't say that you're going to go to hell for being trans. Just in case that makes you feel any better. Probably doesn't, but it doesn't say that. This guy thinks Kamala. Yes, I do think Kamala Harris is intelligent. You think Donald Trump is intelligent. Donald Trump is, I like to say, until George W. Bush came along, I never thought I would be smarter than the president, but that happened. But until Donald Trump came along, I never thought that George W. Bush would be smarter than the president. Donald Trump is a measurably stupid man. Donald Trump is so stupid that he thinks that a dementia test is an IQ test. That takes a special level of stupidity. Yes, there are no accurate official summaries of how many citizens have been arrested. And that's like deeply concerning to me. I think that I should have to be able to account for how many American citizens it's being arrested, and also how many legal immigrants it's arresting. It's not there as just a it doesn't have blanket authority to go around arresting everybody. It only has authority to arrest and detain undocumented immigrants. So documented immigrants, it's not supposed to be arresting them either. It's not supposed to be going up to people just filling their gas. Like I saw in a video, there's a guy that was just filling his car with gas. Sorry. He's just at a gas station filling his car with gas, minding his own business. Black guy. This is in Minnesota. That kind of looks Somali. And so he comes up to him. The ICE agent comes up to him and demands to see his papers. And the guy says, "Why do you need to see my papers?" And the ICE agent's saying, "Well, you have an accent and I just want to see your papers." How did you know he had an accent? He wasn't talking. You just saw a black guy and came up to see his papers. And guess what? 93% of some Somali people in Minnesota are citizens. Most of the rest are here legally. Only 23 Somalis, and all of this bull crap that's gone on with ICE have been arrested, and none of them has been charged with anything to do with fraud, and neither has anybody else. There is not a single actual charge of fraud because of all this stuff, which is supposed to be the reason that they're there, right? Remember, President Trump said that they were sending them there to take care of this fraud stuff. No fraud stuff has come out. All of Nick Shirley's, little video has been completely debunked. But you'll never get MAGA to admit that, because MAGA will never know that. They will just continue to deny that. I've talked about it on the show several times, and I guarantee you, in a couple of minutes, when I go down, there's going to be a bunch of people saying it wasn't debunked. Yes, it was. Well, I wish I could, do an emoji response to this, the like "We Are Charlie," and do like the little skull, thing, dead. But no. Charlie Kirk is not a martyr. Charlie Kirk was just a person who got shot. And I don't condone violence. I don't condone the guy that shot him. I don't celebrate his death. But I don't, want to make him into a martyr. I don't celebrate his death negatively or positively. Some people want to make it look like he gave his life for some great cause. No, he didn't. He died lying about trans people just like he lived. They gave up their due process. No, they didn't. Oh. No, anyway. All right, so let's get down here a little bit. We've got, we're at 4 hours. Y'all rhinos murdered Charlie to pave the way for an invasion. They didn't immediately split the party and force America. I think that only one guy murdered Charlie Kirk, if we're being honest. I mean, there was one guy that murdered Charlie Kirk, and I just get tired of people acting like there was some larger theme to it. The one guy that murdered him was probably inspired more by Nick Fuentes than anybody else. Do you know the actual context of that statement? I won't go into it because I'm at 4 hours and I gotta pee. But so it's time to end. But you should look up that quote and see what it actually, like, the actual context of what it means, because I think people tend to use that almost as the opposite of what it really means. MAGA cheering Second Amendment being threatened by the Trump regime really are just a bunch of cucks. All right, so. All right. It's been real, guys. But I am definitely on full. So I appreciate you for watching, for agreeing or disagreeing. And I will talk to you tomorrow. I think. Okay.